Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you're joining us from. A warm welcome to the Africa Law and Tech Festival 2024. My name is Mbogo Njehia, a venture builder based out of Nairobi, Kenya, and it is indeed a great honor to be able to host you over the next 48 hours as we unpack artificial intelligence in the year of education. First, it's great to see over 170 of you joining us live this afternoon in Nairobi. But I'd first like to get a quick pulse check and check in with each and every one of you. So right in your chat, you'll see a quick poll to get us started. A quick poll to get us started. So great to see you, Louisa Odingo, Malik. Here comes the poll. So in one word, how are you feeling today? In one word, how are you feeling today? In Nairobi, the temperatures have decided to give us a nasty lesson. It is freezing cold. How are you doing out in Lagos? How are you doing out in South Africa? How are you feeling today? Mugambi is feeling awesome. Come on, send those, respond with your emoji. How are you feeling today? Faith is feeling calm. Lennox is excited, Lennox from Kenya. You have Mwikali who's feeling great. Victoria Korea, keep them coming, we see, excited from Lagos, Nigeria. Let's keep it going. Florence, I see you, Pamela as well. It's amazing. Someone is feeling romantical. Interesting. Lovely, lovely, I can resonate with. Feeling African. Yeah, I'm sure you dig my jacket, right? Feeling African, expectant. Expectant, super happy, it's amazing, great to join. Demure. I think I've seen that trending quite a bit.
I'm just going to jump right in here and be like, come on, guys.
Someone's feeling demure. Lots of excitement, lots of greatness. Let's keep them coming. We'll top that out in the next 10 seconds. Blessed, feeling Kenyan, feeling fabulous, feeling chilly. Let's see, what's an outlier emotion today? Very mindful, very considerate.
Excited is standing out.
Excited, great. Feeling robotic. Yes, very apt because you're discussing AI. Fantastic. I think that's 161 people have responded, which is great. So we'll move on to the second question, which is, where are you joining us from? I already see a Morocco there, but now where are you joining us from? Uganda, Kenya, Dar es Salaam, Namibia. Oh, this is fantastic. We've got someone from the US. We've got someone from Morocco, Ethiopia, DR Congo, Nairobi, fantastic. Namibia. Out in Europe, what country is that? South Africa. You've got lots of Kenyans. We've got Djibouti, fantastic. Eltret, Nigeria, Germany. Kampala, yet again. Oh, South Sudan, fantastic. Rwanda, Togo, Zimbabwe. Truly African indeed, truly African. And of course, spreading our tentacles to the rest of the world. We've got 4 people out of the US, 4 out of Europe, majority from across Africa. And it's fantastic to see you all here, which is why we said good afternoon, good evening. I think we should have said good morning as well. We've got Peter Oma from Somalia. Fantastic. We'll take this for another 10 seconds. Nairobi coming in, Lesotho. Dar es Salaam once again. Odhiambo from the US, excellent. So to the third question is, why are you attending the Africa Law and Tech Festival? Why are you attending the Africa Law Tech Festival? We've got a hello from Congo. Why are you attending the festival? 2024. Are you curious? Are you planning to share some of the experiences, because we will have some breakout sessions? How are you? Why are you attending the Africa Law Tech Festival this year? Guys are a bit shy on this one.
I see more guys are raising their hands to probably tell us that in person, but we're going to have that opportunity in a bit. Excellent.
Upskilling, to learn. I hope to be an AI policy expert, to grow my skills and knowledge and networking, to keep abreast on developments. Tech law is my forte, and I want to gain deeper knowledge. A quest for knowledge all round. Also seeing that we're discussing AI, people just wanting to understand what that means for them. To learn and network. Wouldn't it have been fabulous for this to be physical as well? To keep updated, curiosity, knowledge and networking, for insights on emerging trends at the intersection of law and AI in Africa. That's some great feedback there. So on to the next one, and the final one for this first poll. How many times have you attended the festival? How many times have you attended the festival? Whoa, fourth time. First time, currently leading. This is my third time, second time, fifth time. Let's go, guys. Quite a number of us. How many times have you attended the festival? First and second time currently leading, but we do have some who have attended. This is their fifth time to attend, which is fantastic. Let's go. Let's see what that differentiator is. Currently, first time is at 56%. Second time at 24, third time at 10, fifth time 5%, but pretty impressive as well. Great thing about this poll, it's also at that intersection of technology and AI, the ability to make this superbly interactive, as opposed to getting out and using a third-party platform. I think this is a great way to interact. First timers are currently at 56%, second timers at 24%, fifth timers still holding strong at 5%. We'll give this another 10 seconds. Keep that feedback coming. Wow, 61% first timers, second timers 22%. A bit of a drop on the fifth timers at 4%, which is tying with the fourth timers. So I'd love to give those for whom this is their fifth time a chance to tell us or reflect on previous festivals. If you're a fifth timer, do raise your hand and we'll patch you into Studio 2. We'd love to hear your voice and to hear what your thoughts are around edition 1 to edition 5. What are your thoughts about the previous editions and what you also look forward to in this particular one? So any fifth timer, raise your hand. I'll be able to pick you from the panel, please. Any fifth timers?
They're on the chat, so Ken is going to allow them to speak. I think we can single them out. We have Moffat Gachoka and Rosemary Okello. We can give the two a chance to let us know how it's been joining us for the festival for the past 5 years. So let's start with Rosemary.
Rosemary, stage is yours.
Wow. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm glad to have actually been part of this LawTech, because when it was first introduced, technology and law was not inclined with each other, and data became a critical factor when it comes to actually legal issues and law issues. And when it was introduced, before it was looking like it was so not actually being reconciled together. It was just technology, people on the other side and lawyers the other side, yet it was intertwined. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm a communication, and I'm also specialized in legal reporting. And so how technology is critical in enhancing actually the way people understand and use law. And also the lawyers themselves, how they could be able to become LawTech. And I'm glad that this is called LawTech. LawTech became a key issue. During the second conference, there was a great appeal for lawyers to actually become technologically, intertwined. And that's how the LawTech name came in. And I'm glad the leadership of the Lawyers Hub, and I can remember them, they were still young children when I was an older person. It really took it on, and so proud of them, the way they have made Lawyers Hub to become actually a globally recognized hub where legal technology has become an issue, and now AI is now being discussed. I'm proud of you. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thanks for those inputs. There are now over 551 of us. If we were in a room physically, I'm sure the audience would be looking amazing right now. So I think Moffat, you also wanted to chime in about your experience seeing from edition 1 to edition 5. Stage is yours, Moffat. Moffat seems to have dropped off. Do we have any other fifth timer who would love to give us their perspective on, what it's been like from seeing edition 1 to edition 5 this year?
Yes, we have Lynette Njeri, who's been given a chance to speak. So Lynette, the floor is yours.
Lynette, are you ready to go? I think your mic is still on mute as we try to patch you into the studio. Any other fifth timer who would love to give us their thoughts on, what the journey has been from the festival edition 1 to edition 5?
I think as we are sorting that out, I'd like to introduce someone who's actually in the room and very, very pleased to join us. It was a pleasant surprise this morning for him to join us all the way from Uganda. And so I'm going to invite him to just come on stage and share his experience being at the festival. I think this is your second time here, and we are very, very honored to have you with us. So I know we last minute told you guys you're not going to be able to join in person, and we're going to be explaining that in a bit, but we're so glad someone was still able to come and join us at our offices. So you're welcome. Simon, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Virtual applause, virtual welcome for Simon all the way from Uganda.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm really very pleased to be here, and I thank the team at the Lawyers Hub for welcoming me into their private space. We are not in a meeting room. We're actually at HQ here in Nairobi. Well, my first take on, this is my second time to attend this conference, rather festival. The first time, of course, focus was on the African Free Continental Trade Area. You know, for the longest of time, we have had all these economic blocks. We have had the East African Community, we have had ECOWAS, we have had COMESA, and of course, my learning from the previous conference was, my take was that we need to trade as a single block. We need to trade like the way the Europeans are doing it. Otherwise, if we continue trading with these small regional blocks that we have, it does affect the way we negotiate, the way we transact, the way we actually spread out the business interest. Because you could imagine if we would say South Africa or the southern region is good at this, it would give us more understanding, first of all, to see which block is best at doing what, so that they focus more on that as opposed to creating small trade and blocks and keep on being a bit disorganized. So for me, that was a very key learning. Now, with the second, I think the focus is AI. AI, is something so big, and it's going to affect all businesses that we do. I am a lawyer. I work with the NSSF in Kampala, but trust me, we do a lot of our business involves engaging with our partners. Collecting money from employers. It involves investing money, and of course, it involves paying out interest to our members. But guess what? All this can be done by AI. If you have AI in place, you have to map all the employers. You have AI to notify them how they're performing. If you have AI to keep on communicating to the employees, to the employers, you'll find with time, it's going to improve the way we conduct business. And guess what? To the lawyers, you're going to reach points whereby you just get a summary of your client's case, and you get the summary of the opposing client's case. You put it into the necessary database based on the authorities passed on by the different courts, and you'll have a decision, or you'll have a pre-court decision. And this is going to inform the way we conduct business. So I thought for me, this is very key. And I like the fact that Lawyers Hub is really is ahead of us. Every other topic is exciting. Every other topic really triggers a lot in you and makes you think, you know what? I don't know if what I studied in law school may it be still relevant the next 5 years, but trust me, we need to keep pace as lawyers. So I thank you guys for this opportunity. It's really very fantastic. I look forward to a third conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us physically all the way from Uganda. So ladies and gentlemen, hosting this festival with me is a lady who I'll let introduce herself. I did introduce myself earlier as Mbogonje here, and I'll let my co-host go as well, and we'll pick it up from there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Africa Law and Tech Festival 2024. Oh my God, I'm so excited. I think being behind 2020, 21, 22, 23, and now we are here. Wow, fantastic. My name is Rispa Onyango. I'm the Digital Policy Manager here at the Lawyers Hub, and we are so pleased to host you. We enjoy having you guys with us each and every year. Ideally, we should have had breakfast, but let's have a virtual breakfast. We'll put up a few emojis on some tea, some coffee, and we are glad that you're here with us. And so we cannot talk about the festival without just looking back at how far we have come. I think if you're talking about 2018, 2019, before the COVID pandemic, there was a lot of not much interest, if I could put it that way, especially within the legal practice and the legal sector as to the use of tech. But then COVID, of course, definitely changed how we viewed practice, changed how we viewed our businesses. And so it's an apt time to even be talking about artificial intelligence. So the Lawyers Hub has been talking about, I think Simon has just mentioned the conversation around trade. We have looked at data protection. We have looked at blockchain and emerging tech. And today we are going to be focusing on artificial intelligence. And it's a pleasure to have you with us. And we are so excited to see what we have in store for us in the coming 48 hours.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And just to layer on that a bit, now in its 5th year since 2020, the festival has again brought together policymakers, technologists, startups, lawyers, bar associations, academia, and civil society groups organized by the Lawyers Hub. It has played a role in developing alternative tech policy framework, and we've been able to curate rapid tech solutions and produce key policy briefs on emerging issues such as, like Rispa said, such as AI, digital identity, blockchain, CBDCs, and digital trade. So previously held in Nairobi, we've also featured pre-events in Cape Town, Kigali, Kampala, and Lagos. In 2022, a transcontinental edition, the Africa-Europe Artificial Intelligence Policy Dialogue, emphasized best practice on AI and policymaking and alliances between Africa and Europe for ethical and effective AI. In 2023, the focus shifted to the single digital market and implementing Africa's free continental trade area, addressing digital trade protocols. Notable past co-funders include the Media Network, Co-Develop, GIZ, Open Society Foundations, ICANN, Mozilla, AFD, X, formerly known as Twitter, Safaricom, APC, Cypesa, and Amnesty International Kenya. Here is a brief recap of the festival over the years. Welcome.
The Africa Law Tech Festival is a leading event in the law and tech space, attracting diverse stakeholders from Africa and beyond. The festival focuses on developing tech policy frameworks, rapid tech solutions, and key policy briefs on emerging legal tech issues. Now in its 5th year, it has become the go-to platform for discussions on technology and policy shaping Africa's future. This is the journey of the Africa Law Tech Festival. In the year 2019, the team at the Lawyers Hub had a dream to scale the policy conversations that were happening at the Lawyers Hub across Africa, a dream to convene like-minded individuals, to lead idea-focused conversations, and further policy innovation around emerging technology and law in Africa, a multidisciplinary dream of bringing together great minds in law and technology to share experiences, ideas, and learnings, all for the greater benefit of the African continent. In 2020, this dream came true when the Lawyers Hub hosted the inaugural Africa Law Tech Festival in Nairobi, Kenya. This happened during the period when COVID-19 had just entered the conversation and the outbreak was escalating abroad. Despite the uncertainty during this period, the event managed to take place from the 6th to the 11th of March, the same day that the World Health Organization declared the virus a global health emergency and countries started to close their borders. Despite challenges, the inaugural festival in Nairobi attracted over 1,200 participants from 20+ countries, hosting 48 sessions in 6 days. It brought together legal and tech professionals, startups, policymakers, civil societies, and big tech to share ideas and innovate. Delegates left with new perspectives, experiences, and expanded networks. In 2021, the second festival was held at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. That year was a wake-up call for most professions, and the legal fraternity was no exception. Due to the challenges arising from the COVID-19 pandemic, such as closed borders and bans on in-person meetings, the festival quickly innovated and adapted to a virtual format. This was in line with the theme for that year, Digital Policy for Economic Growth, inspired by the rapid growth of the technology landscape on the African continent and the need to align policy interventions with these changes. That year, the festival saw over 7,500 virtual attendees from across 53 countries attend 5 summits on data protection and digital identity, artificial intelligence, internet governance and moderation, crypto regulation and digital currencies, and digital access and infrastructure. The festival hosted masterclasses and keynotes on Zoom, panel sessions on Twitter Spaces, and a virtual concert themed on privacy. In 2022, the festival resumed in person under the theme Africa-Europe Artificial Intelligence Policy Dialogue. Held from June 1st to 18th across Nairobi, Berlin, Paris and Brussels, the focus was on AI's impact on African industries, lessons from the EU, and sustainable solutions for Africa. In 2023, the festival was once again held in person in Nairobi under the theme AFCFTA and the Single Digital Market. The 2023 festival delved into all pillars necessary to deliver successful digital trade in Africa. Discussions focused on exploring innovative solutions, policy frameworks, and strategic collaborations to accelerate the realization of a single digital market under the AFCFTA. The goal was to empower Africa to embrace the digital trade revolution, unlocking the continent's full potential and fostering inclusive economic growth and development for the benefit of all its people. The 2023 festival kicked off with pre-events in South Africa, Brussels, and Paris, and concluded with the main event on the 11th and 12th of July, 2023. It was attended by over 2,300 delegates from across 43 countries. Year after year, the impact of the Africa Law Tech Festival has grown beyond what many could ever imagine. The festival has not only convened diverse stakeholders to discuss emerging policy issues in Africa, but has also led to the development of several key policy publications and tech innovations that are shaping the future of the African continent. From the first festival to the 5th edition today, it has been a remarkable journey. This journey has been driven not only by our passion, but by the collective commitment of partners, stakeholders, and all who have embraced this transformative endeavor. Thank you for 5 years of the Africa Law Tech Festival.
How fantastic. I hope we're all feeling nostalgic. It's been a wonderful 5-year journey and we are still going strong. I've seen a comment. Ken, if you could put up the chat for me. Isabella, if I'm not mistaken, is asking, may you please conduct the 2025 festival in Tanzania? And so we are happy to get those polls. Cue your country and let's see whether we can make it there in 2025. But thank you guys for the excitement. Thank you for joining us once again. It was not easy to make the decision to be online. However, we are so grateful that you guys are standing with us and you're still participating and joining us. So this year we're going to be looking at the theme Artificial Intelligence and the Year of Education. And what we hope to achieve with this particular theme is actually to just spur up knowledge, spur up learning, and ensure that we are actually engaged within the 21st century move toward digital transformation. So keeping with the African Union theme around the same, that is AI and the Year of Education, we thought we could just chime into that and see how much we can learn on AI, how much people are using it, how it's transforming our sectors and our industries, what are some of the hindrances or the challenges that we are facing, and then lastly, just how we can come together as a collective, as a community, and make sure we are spurring innovation that works for us as Africans. And so with that, I think we are going to get your reactions on the video. What do you think? I'm seeing a fire emoji, the glasses, the star glasses. Is there a name for that emoji? Hands up, a love heart.
A celebration party,
Claps. This is how you don't know names for emojis. But thank you so much. And we are looking forward to hosting you again, either in Nairobi or in Tanzania or in South Africa. You let us know where we'll be next year. And so I think we want to ask Ken to give us one more poll as we now delve into the substance of our festival this year. And we'd just like to get a feel in the room of what you know about AI, whether you use it, what you perceive it as being, before we now kickstart our sessions and our learnings today. So if that is being set up, I think, let me check with you, Mbugwa.
Yes, I think for me, what's exciting is really that, we say that in Africa, we've got many problems and those are opportunities. So the intersection of, of technology and law, beyond things like, memes are great, right? Memes are great to have. But now imagine that intersection of law and AI and all these other emerging technologies and what those could truly do for us as a continent in terms of transforming and, like we said, driving the digital transformation agenda. That is really, really exciting for me, and I look forward to some of the solutions that are even underpinned by some of the policy work that we're doing.
Quick question: will you have guessed from the video we've just played that we used AI to do our voiceover?
I wouldn't have said.
Great. So we're already using AI, guys. We are not just talk. And so we have a few questions that have been put up. And the first one is, let me see it on my screen. What item do you have that has lasted 5 years? Okay, keeping with the theme of the Africa Law and Tech Festival. What item do you have that has lasted 5 years?
I think we should split this one in terms of gender representation. Because for me, I'd say a pair of shoes.
Okay.
5 years,
5
as
years.
opposed to maybe RESPA, that would not register in terms of yours. Is probably a pair every 2 weeks.
I'd say my spectacles. My spectacles have
phones.
stood this test of time.
I'm saying phones for 5 years.
And laptops.
Phones for 5 years, guys.
And a car.
Technology. Phones for 5 years.
Akabambe.
Akabambe. Someone said Akabambe. Akabambe is equivalent, is a feature phone. A really basic phone that probably zero connectivity on that. Someone with a car, my phone and laptop.
There's a lot of phone and laptop.
No relationships beyond 5 years, guys. Really.
My mattress. Your mattress is strong.
Someone has to say my Oppo phone. Someone else says my iPhone. Or my shares. Shares is smart. Shares is a long-term hold.
My sweatshirt from Lawyers Hub. Yay, that's a good one.
My bed, my laptop, my pair of shoes, my degrees. Of course.
We would hope so.
You best have a degree that lasts more than 5 years.
Next up, we have a question on whether you use AI. Ken, could you put up the poll on whether we use AI?
I saw a sweet one.
Which one was that?
My son.
Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. Okay, I think Ken has skipped ahead. So which AI tool can't you live without? Which AI tool can't you live without?
We're just resetting that one quickly. So we're on to the next one. Which AI tool can't you live without? Do you even know if you use AI?
Good question.
Your auto responses on Gmail. Look at all you GPT people.
GPT users. We have NVIDIA.
Those of the Grammarly community say I. That's a fantastic tool right there.
Copilot.
I'm really waiting to see
Otter
Claude.
AI. I like Otter AI as well.
Turn it in. Now we know the thugs. Turn it in. No one on Claude. Claude's fantastic. Meta AI people, unless you're domiciled in the US, someone's not telling us the truth there.
But there was one person from the US. So
actually, no, I think there were 7 people from the US. So yes, probably Meta AI. Otter's fantastic. Google as a default would be considered AI, right? Like a default use case. Love to see Gemini there and Copilot. Okay. None, 6%. Are you sure? Are you sure that you do not use? Thank you, my Claude people. At least we rank at 5%.
Okay.
Any other one? ChatGPT, of course, leading there. Grammarly, Gemini, Copilot, Google. Otter, Turnitin, Claude. Fantastic, fantastic feedback. And Grammarly quickly catching up with ChatGPT.
I think let me just cue Ken as we are wrapping this up to put up a poll on how much we trust AI to make our decisions. Is that the next one, Ken?
Now, what do you believe is the most important factor for successfully implementing AI tools in Africa? What do you believe is the most important factor for successfully implementing AI tools in Africa? Let's go. Number one is building local AI talent and expertise. Number two, developing clear and robust AI policies and regulations. Ensuring access to high quality data. Investing in AI infrastructure and technology. Fostering public trust and understanding of AI. Those graphs are changing manically. AI policy and regulations, taking a slight hit there.
Yeah.
Ensuring access to high quality data. Where do we get high quality data in the African context?
Where do we get data in the African context?
Actually, yes. Before we even go to high quality, where do we get data? Right?
Yeah.
In silos all over the place, in books that remain unread or unwritten because of our oral nature.
Yeah.
I know the good thing is some of these are not even technological, are not based on access to tech itself. It's how we choose to package them, like our African stories. Could those be a source of high quality data?
Yeah.
Investing in AI infrastructure and technology. I tend to resonate with that as well. And it's gaining at 24%.
Yeah.
Because we neither create the chips when we're not,
Heavy consumers.
and we're only getting started with creating our own learning models as well. But I think that's a great anchor, investing in AI infrastructure and technology. Fostering public trust and understanding of AI.
We don't care much for trust, huh?
Or rather, with AI embedded and delivering value, I think that's one of the great ways of just driving trust and believability. Like I said, moving beyond the meme, moving beyond memes and interesting posters that are shared on social media. How can we drive public trust and understanding of AI? Interesting that building local AI talent and expertise is rapidly, it's reducing.
Yeah.
Let's keep it going. I think ensuring access to high quality data still ranking top, quickly followed by investing in AI infrastructure. We'll keep this going for another 15, 20 seconds. Just coming shortly out of the Olympics, this looks like a tight race finish between ensuring access to high quality data and investing in AI infrastructure and technology at 31% and 29% respectively. We'll be closing this out shortly, and we'll be sure to share this this feedback with each and every one. So RISPA, of course, interesting responses here. How about we dive deep and see what are we actually doing as a continent in terms of some actual use cases?
Yeah. I think to kick us off, we are going to start with South Africa. Well, of course, we claim, or we accolade South Africa as being one of the leading countries as far as AI is concerned, as far as tech innovations are concerned. And so we are going to be spotlighting a startup based in South Africa that is working particularly actually on African languages and trying to do something transformative with that, with the use of AI. And so I'm going to allow our media to put up Botlale, which is an AI startup in South Africa that is building a future where people across Africa can use their own languages to access digital services, to learn and grow, and to connect with the world. So let's have a look at that.
Hi, so my name is Sana Maklaku. I'm the Chief Product Officer and co-founder at Butlale AI. So at Butlale, what we do is we help companies provide solutions that provide accessibilities to their customers through language. So we provide solutions that help their customers interact with their services in languages that they trust and understand. And we have a suite of products. One of the products, it's a chatbot builder. It allows organizations to build chatbots in multiple languages. And then the other one, it's a call center analytics tools. This one is specifically for call centers that want to analyze the audios in multiple languages. And then we also offer our services through APIs. So APIs, essentially, they connect to external companies, and those companies can do whatever they want with the APIs. So for example, if you are a drive-through, you can use our speech APIs to automate the process of taking orders, things like that. So specifically for this video, we created a small prototype that utilizes 3 of our APIs. So our LLM, our speech processing, as well as speech translation. What we have here is on the right, there's an assistant, and what the assistant does is it helps a user understand a document that they've uploaded to the platform. And then on the left, we have a document here. Essentially, this for this particular demo, the document is an employment contract. And then here you have some toggle buttons to change languages. And what this page does is you can go to the contract, and then if you press at any section within the contract, the assistant will provide you a translation as well as speech. So let me do Zulu, for example. I'm going to find a shorter. Okay, let me take this one. This is short. So the assistant is going to translate and then provide a speech in that translated language.
Umsebenzi wakho ungaqedwa nguwe ngokunikeza isaziso esibhaliwe senyanga eyodwa yekhalenda ngosuku lokuqala lwenyanga. Isikhathi sesaziso singase sihoxiswe noma sincishiswe ngesivumelwano somunye nomunye futhi kufanele sibhalwe phansi.
So I can also ask the assistant certain things about the contract. So I can ask it things like, how much will I get paid? So yeah, let me do that in isiZulu. I'm also going to say, will I have UIF? Nokuthi ngizo banani I have. So this is information within the contract. If I scroll up, I should be able to see remuneration, and it got the value here. So the problem that this particular use case would solve is understanding complex documents, especially within the law industry. A lot of contracts and documents within law are very complex, and when you want to make decision, it can hinder it. For example, if you have a lease, you don't understand it, you can use this to better understand it. And also if there's a language barrier, because there can be a lot of technical terms within law, for you to get through or over that language barrier, this could help. So you can find us online on various social medias if you just search for Butlale AI. If you want to contact us via email, you can do that through info@butlale.ai. Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm Stefano Mura, CEO and co-founder of Cognitive AI. And our mission is to empower the next generation of African businesses using AI. In Africa, 3,000 businesses open up shop daily, but 75% of these businesses close down the operations within the past year. And this is majorly because they are mainly bogged down by a lot of manual or time-consuming processes that hinder business development. And these processes make it difficult for them to scale in operations as they are limited in both talent and resource. And when they decide to turn into SaaS solutions to actually help them overcome this problem, they end up meeting that the solutions are either expensive and fragmented. And the only last resort is to turn into global solutions, which fail to address the unique and nuances of the African market. And this is a heavy impact towards the African ecosystem, because this SMEs account for 80% of the continent's GDP, and yet they're the ones that are struggling with the day-to-day operations and actually closing down shop every single year, resulting in unemployment and a fall in the African economy. So what we decided to do was come up with Cognitions AI, a solution that enables businesses to come on and build AI agents that help to automate end-to-end business functions, from sales to customer service to HR to legal, with already core templates ready for immediate deployment, which are extremely customizable to actually fit into the nuances of the business. And on the other side, you have an integrated marketplace for professional services, which businesses can get consultancy and help from. For example, let me give you an example of a workflow that a sample business can automate. Let's say you're running a fragrance store and you're looking to get new inventory in. So basically, you can just come on to Cognitions AI, describe what you're looking for, and automatically your procurement assistant will go into the global market and even to different organizations and start reaching out to the actual suppliers and producers or the scents you're looking for, come back to you with the quotations. And because this platform is made in a way that all agents interact with each other, those quotations will be automatically sent to your finance agent, which will come up with the different modeling of at what price points you can sell this for, and what's the price in the actual market, and what's the expected revenue that you can come up with, helping you make better decisions in both the financial aspect and actually the pricing points from the different sellers. After this, the finance agent will be able to send this information to your legal assistant, which will now look for compliance checks of which fragrances do we actually need to actually get, for example, permits to get this in. What permits do you need to get? And it will automatically go to the marketplace and put a job listing out where a lawyer can come on and actually help you with acquiring these permits. After that, the fragrances will be imported, and that's getting it end to end. So that's the solution you're building. And it's exactly how I said, you can come on, build agents and automatically deploy them, get professional help from the marketplace, and actually manage and monitor all of this from your phone. With that, we're creating an ecosystem where businesses can get AI agents, business intelligence, and workflow optimization, and professionals can get a marketplace to put their services out, get employment and skill development, and improve their skills through the forum. Our current traction is we've won the trust of the African SMEs with 5+ clients and 70+ team members using our legal and customer care assistance. At 16K at annual recurring revenue, we managed to actually help impact the African SMEs and the SME market. So that's the basis of Cognitions AI. And our current team, we have 7 years of experience in the African landscape. We're looking to impact 1 million businesses in Africa by 2030. I'm Stefano Mura again, and you can contact me through my email at stefan@cognitions.site or through the company's LinkedIn at Cognitions AI. Thank you.
Sharia is a legal tech startup designed specifically for the legal practitioners in Africa. So our platform leverages advanced AI to support lawyers, advocates, and legal professionals in their daily work by providing instant and accurate legal insights, document analysis, and comprehensive legal research capabilities. So Sharia is built to address this unique challenge faced by legal practitioners, such as navigating complex systems, managing large volumes of case laws, and staying updated with ever-changing legal frameworks. So by streamlining these processes, Sharia is able to empower legal professionals to deliver a more efficient and effective service to their clients, ultimately enhancing their practice and productivity. So the innovative solution around Sharia is that it's powered by a very sophisticated proprietary language model that has been meticulously fine-tuned for the African legal sector. So this model basically is designed to understand and interpret complex legal language, as well as the unique legal context of various African jurisdictions. Our AI solution can quickly pass through vast amounts of legal data, including case laws, statutes, and legal documents, providing precise and contextually relevant legal advice and support for the research. This level of customization makes Sharia Let's Chat a groundbreaking tool for legal professionals working within the African legal framework. So the problem here that we're trying to solve is that The legal practitioners across Africa face often significant challenges in accessing up-to-date legal information and conducting the efficient legal research. So the traditional methods are time-consuming, resource-intensive, and can lead to bottlenecks in the legal service delivery. Additionally, the diversity of legal systems across African countries adds complexity to legal research. So this makes it difficult for practitioners to provide timely and accurate legal advice. We are trying to address this challenge by offering the powerful AI tool that streamlines the legal research, enhancing the document analysis, and providing instant legal insights. So by reducing the time and effort required to access this legal information, we believe eSheria website will enable legal practitioners to focus on high-level strategic tasks, improving the overall efficiency and effectiveness. This ultimately leads to a better service delivery, and for the clients, contributes to a more accessible and responsive legal system. What opportunities are available and how can you reach us? We are eager to collaborate with law firms, bar associations, legal institutions, and educational entities across Africa to integrate our AI technology into their workflows, enhancing their legal practice. Under investments, we are open to investment opportunities that will allow us to scale our operations, enhance our proprietary language model, and expand our service offerings to cover more African jurisdictions. Also, we're looking for expansion, and our goal is to extend eSheria Lectures reach to all legal practitioners across Africa, providing them with the tools they need to navigate their unique legal environments efficiently. We plan to develop our tailored legal datasets for multiple African countries, making eSheria Lecture a continent-wide source for legal professionals. To explore partnership on investment opportunities or learn more about eSheria Lecture, reach out at sagini@isheria.co.ke, and our website is isheria.co.ke, and also on LinkedIn via eSheria. That's a lot for our time. This is Franklin Sagini, CEO and co-founder of eSheria Ventures.
Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. eSheria Cognifuse Potale on the bleeding edge of innovation. African startups are truly building relatable and scalable solutions. Now, as you can note, my second co-host of this festival is in studio with us. And then let Maria Mbeneka introduce herself and usher us into the first session of today. Welcome, Maria.
Thank you, Anthony. It's a pleasure to be here with you today from this not so sunny city of Nairobi. My name is Maria Mbeneka, as introduced by Anthony, and I'm a board member here at the Lawyers Hub Advisory Board, and a very active participant, and I'm really happy to be here with you today. Looking forward to engaging with all the participants and our panelists, and with a deep interest in tech law. I serve at the Commonwealth Lawyers Association as treasurer, as well as a convener of the Tech Law Committee. So you can see my heart is right in the center of tech. And without further ado, Bogo, I can take it to the panelists.
Yes, please.
Right. So for those joining us right now, we have online our panelists, Neil Simmons, Dr. Sandra Makumbirofa, I think I've said that properly, as well as Lucia Russo and Malik Afegbwa. So we have, this session is going to explore Africa's unique position in the global AI landscape. On the one hand, we have rapidly growing tech ecosystem, we have a young dynamic population, and a wealth of untapped potential. On the other, we face challenges such as unequal access to technology, data scarcity, and the need for capacity building. So this discussion with our panelists, our four panelists, that's Neil, Sandra, Lucia, and Malik, we're going to be exploring the diverse and critical dimensions of artificial intelligence as it weaves into our fabric within Africa. We'll be delving into how AI intersects with natural resources, creativity, democracy, and global governance. and each being a cornerstone in shaping our, our content and our digital future. So, Neil, I'll briefly touch on, your CV. It's quite a knowledgeable and wide CV. I'll just mention briefly what it is that you do. Neil is a non-resident fellow at the Center for Global Development. You advise on AI and emerging technologies, and he's working with institutions such as the World Bank, IFC-AFDB in private sector development and diaspora engagement, a leader in emerging and frontier markets, and doing so much, much more. Neil, I'll ask you to please give us your short presentation. We can follow up with a few questions after that and interactions from our participants. Take it away, Neil.
Yeah. Good morning here. It's quite early here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just a bit of correction. My name is Nee Simmons. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Name is Nee Simmons. I wear a couple hats. I am a non-resident fellow at the Center for Global Development. I was at the Atlanta Council. My fellowship just ended. A lot of my work is around digital transformation, digital development, and economic development, and nexus between trade competitiveness and national security concerns. I would say I don't have a deck per se, but I would say about the critical rare earth minerals, which underpin so much of our daily lives. We're in a digital global economy, and without the African continent, we want to have AI, we want to have electric vehicle batteries, we want to have so many technologies and innovations that we take for granted, because Africa holds a third of critical rare earth minerals. And I'll get into that. I had a presentation that I wanted to share, but it gives you a good overview of what rare earth minerals are. Anyways, so there are two terms people get misconstrued, or they're used synonymous. Even sometimes I use it interchangeably, and I shouldn't. But critical minerals are minerals that are used for our everyday lives. They're used in electric vehicle batteries. They're used in industrial military applications. They're quite bountiful. Things like lithium and cobalt, and other minerals. The lithium triangle countries, Bolivia, Peru, and Argentina. Those three countries are called the lithium triangle countries because of how many of these critical minerals are being sought in those countries. And unfortunately, there's been some challenges with environmental degradation. In Africa, not only we have critical minerals, but we also have rare earths. Rare earths are they're rare from a standpoint that there's only a few countries that have them, and to get to them it's a cumbersome process. The amount of time of processing to just get things like I do a bit of work around the semiconductor space. I'm advising certain actors in the U.S. government to let Africa be a part of the global semiconductor supply chain, instead of just extracting. But there's, I can't even pronounce the name of these rare earths, but there's a handful of them, more than a handful, 15, 18, and the country that processes most of these rare earths are China, because of the ecosystem and the tier 2 and 3 suppliers that are there to help process them. You need chemicals, you need a lot of water, you need base electricity. So that's why China dominates this. Now, why is this important for all of us to learn? As we digitize, as we are trying to get to that net zero future, get to the clean carbon future, these critical rare earths are important for our daily lives. So what does that mean for digitalization? What does that mean for how can countries take advantage of this, right? We can't do what China does based on, the amount of capital expenditure that one needs, but how can we take advantage or exploit what we can do? That, I think we need to look at innovation. We need to look at R&D. We need to support youth who are graduating from STEM programs so that once they graduate, they can get into some of these industries so that we can develop innovations to support our own growth on the continent, especially as Africa scales to 2.5 billion people, right? Right now, all these critical rare earth minerals are not, there's not value added to them. They're extracted out of Africa, they're processed in China. There's a little bit of processing somewhere in Europe and North America, but the African continent is not benefited, right? So as Africa digitizes, as we're using AI, people don't realize, the amount of I think people are talking about it now, but the amount of even electricity that one needs to train or run a large language model, you still need electricity, you need base electricity, right? But we have enough scientists and engineers on the continent, and especially from the diaspora, that can help support this effort. So critical rare earth minerals are not only key for our daily lives, they underpin they underpin so much of our consumer industrial military complex, and Africa's being caught between two geopolitical powers, and I think we have an opportunity. Our policymakers, our elected officials have an opportunity to make some strategic decisions for the future, and it's about looking in the future, looking at supporting the growth of the continent and making sure that we have enough jobs in digitalization, but we also need to focus on sustainability, right? For all you guys that have an iPhone or a watch, these devices have rare earth elements in there, right? There's somebody is using these. Somebody is breaking their back, or they're oftentimes their kids sometimes in Congo and other places. They're digging some for these elements in the earth, and we're the beneficiaries of that, right? We need to find ways that we can do it more sustainable, and we're not harming the environment, but we're all most of us are technologists here, right? We as we digitize, we're going to need some of these minerals for our daily lives, and it's not just what we commonly touch and see, what have you. Also have medical. There's medical devices that are being used that have rare earth elements, fiber optic cables in the sea, satellite communication. All these technologies require so many rare earth and critical minerals, right? To close this out, I think, as the country gets to 2.5 billion, what are we doing? What are we holding our elected officials to bear to make sure that they are looking at the future? They are creating pathways for our graduates that are graduate from STEM programs, science, technology, engineering, math, to support the growth of the continent. If you look at our similar regions around the world, I think we can use India as an example. The Indian government has laid out a plan to utilize their ingrown talent to support India in terms of creating indigenous Indian companies to support the growth of our continent. We need to do the same thing. We should have an Africa first approach where we're not allowing critical rare earth minerals to be exported without some kind of value addition. And I close that out. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ni. A very, very interesting and captivating topic right there. We'll be coming back to you with a few questions and interventions. Allow me now to move on to our next presenter. That's Jill Bulelani. Jill is a meta research PhD fellow at Harvard University who will be addressing investing in Africa. Sorry, she's addressing investing in artificial intelligence for Africa's digital future. Welcome, Jill.
Hey there, everybody. Lovely to meet you all. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration. So in terms of investments, it's kind of one of the important things is to first really think about some of the kind of critical infrastructure gaps that are currently available in the AI space in the context of Africa. If you kind of broadly think about it, what is kind of clear is that at one level, it's about supercomputing capability. And really only kind of two supercomputers on the continent, one in Cape Town, one in Morocco. And so going forward, it's really kind of critical to think about how is policy enabling the kind of investments in kind of key infrastructure capabilities that would allow for AI to be a net positive rather than a general deficit for the continent. And then two, one kind of obvious observation about where Africa stands in terms of AI thus far is that it disproportionately participates in what I've been calling the kind of janitorial class of AI. That is to say that like disproportionately African kind of companies are being asked to clean AI and specifically clean data for AI products. Those AI products, you know, those kind of large LLM models are mostly kind of positioned for global North markets or kind of now Eastern Chinese markets. And so it's kind of important not to continue invisibilize that kind of labor that Africans are kind of currently participating in kind of the AI supply chains, and to obviously try and financially better reward those people who are, you know, supporting the cleaning of the data. But importantly is also to think about how does then, you know, African stakeholders further participate on the higher ranks of the kind of the AI supply chain. And that will necessitate more investments, specifically in terms of the kind of the key infrastructure related to AI, and that will, you know, include computing capability, but also kind of data management schemes. So I'll just leave it there for my kind of opening remarks.
Thank you very much. That was brief and to the point. Now, our next speaker is Malik Afegbua. Malik is a film director, a creative technologist, and a storyteller. He's the brains behind the fashion show for seniors. His work focuses on rectifying biases in digital and AI domains while blending African heritage and futurism with the transformative potential of artificial intelligence. Malik will take us into the world of creatives and AI, exploring how AI is revolutionizing creative industries across Africa and what this means for our culture and economy. Welcome, Malik.
Thank you. Good to be here. My name is Malik. I'm a filmmaker. I've been in the industry for about 15 years. That's my traditional, you know, filmmaking practice. And to experiment with AI for the past, let's say 6 years, well, properly 3 years ago, to see how I could use that to augment my business or to make things faster, or just to see the possibilities of what it could be. I always dabble with emerging technologies like virtual reality, augmented reality, and the likes, just to add a different extra layer to it. But I always find that there's a problem where, as Africans, telling a story or trying to, you know, portray yourself to the world. So, for instance, as a creator in Africa, there's always something that is a problem, and that problem is access. So, access to either equipment or access to software, or access to the right places to create something that is actually valuable. But what AI has done is it kind of lowered that barrier in a way, so that way you could imagine things or create things that didn't actually exist from the beginning. But there's also still a problem there. Like when I was creating the Elder series, it's a fashion show for the elders. I embarked to create Africans looking elegantly in a certain way, but I was, met with biases. I was met with, the stereotypes of Africa. I was met with images that were not representing what I was trying to create. So that really, took me back into understanding that this digital space was still kind of on the background or on the forefront on how we're being represented. So I had to literally train, the network I was using, the neural networks I was using, to make it understand certain things with lots of data, 15 years worth of data to get the first images that I got 2 years ago to create that. And that also made me realize how important it is for us as individuals to put out the right content. I'll just share my screen quickly to show you some of the things that I do with AI in the world, and professionally and personally as well. Quickly. So yeah, I'm sure you can see my screen, I'm guessing. I feel like storytelling can change the world. Storytelling has a very, very powerful potential to shift mindsets, to evoke emotions. Like going back in history from Hollywood to music, to the arts, it's always been storytelling, and that's behind it. So why not tell intentional stories, which is what I do. And with that, I'll go straight into AI because that's what we're talking about today. And I call it AI for good. And what is AI for good? It involves using AI to address, global issues, healthcare, climate change, anything that has to do with a problem, to speak for the people that cannot be spoken for. So I came up with a concept called the Elder Series. And that came from a personal, space for us trying to create my mother in a space that was not, subjected to, that was not suppressed. And that led up to me thinking about, thinking about how to represent a certain demographic in a space, but how could I create that demographic? The only way I could do that was to use AI, and first of all, it was a facade. It was great. It was, this great technology. But when I started to use it, I realized how much we have to actually train it, for it to be what we want it to be. It's like a blank canvas for me. I see it as a blank canvas, and that means it's a tool and not a replacement. So the problem I find with creatives a lot is that it's going to replace, it's going to alter our creative processes, but actually it enhances it. Because if you find ways to use it as a tool, it will always enhance, not replace. So it went viral after that, but I'm not going to play this because it's going to just take some time.
A Nigerian
I'm trying to go to the next one quickly.
artist is generating buzz with
So that led up to me having a real fashion show in Lagos and in Amsterdam. So the digital kind of inspired the physical, where we are now doing real fashion shows for the elderly people. And apart from that as well, I've been able to work with brands like Marvel Studios, brands like from Marvel Studios. What we did was we created the costumes for the lead actors, for the vampires, and also the world, the composition of what the film would look like before you even go in and back and filming it. So that was new for Marvel as well last year when we did that. For IBM, we were trying to create something that had to do in a way, and my brief was the Beatles. And I don't know if you know about the very popular song called "Here Comes the Sun," and the very popular picture where there were the Abbey Road crossing picture. So they asked me, IBM came to me and I said, how could you reimagine history if there was no sun? And what would inspire the beaches to write a song? So I used AI to reimagine history, and my inspiration was songwriter in the snow, and this was showcased in Cannes last year. Is for rebranding. So for the Cadbury African industry, I use AI to create all the characters for 4 of the different branding for Africa, and also so the licensing to them as well. For Glenfiddich, we created an actual 1-minute TV commercial last year. Before we had this video softwares. I had to find ways of creating a video using AI. And I don't want to play the videos because I don't want to take some time, but also AI films, AI products, AI fashion. But what I'm trying to even get to is when you look at the technology as a tool, it is not going, the focus is different, the approach is different. So that means it does not dictate your final product. And it doesn't have to dictate your initial product as well. It's just a step in your pipeline of creativity. And that's why I call it the new frontier. So we have to find ways and think of new ways to approach it as creators, which is what I've done. And I've been doing workshops about it as well. And I could license my product, I could sell my product because of the fact that it's not based on AI, it's based on still my experiences and my workflows and all of that. Yes, I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Malik. Such interesting stuff. I have so many questions. I think you should have let the Beatles song play just a little bit more for those of us who are Beatles fans. And I see comments in our chat from Yagon Kipkuri. He says, legal AI is the next big thing in the corridors of justice. However, many are afraid to use it. It will usurp the role of an advocate in the justice system. And I think that's relatable for you, Malik. In the creative, the creative sector, that people are afraid to lose their originality. We'll come back to you. So the next panelist is Dr. Sandra Makumbirofa. She's an economist, research ICT Africa. And Dr. Sandra will be discussing shaping AI policy within the landscape of Africa for a digital Africa. Sandra, if you're on, you could make your brief presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So as we stand on a historic milestone on the first digital trade in Africa, digital trade agreement in Africa, which covers 54 African countries, it is important that we consider how the policies and protocols that we adopt today will shape the future of our continent. And one such critical policy is the AfCFTA Protocol on Digital Trade. So the AfCFTA is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and this is the protocol that governs digital trade in Africa. This protocol was adopted at the 37th African Union Heads of State Summit in February this year. So my talk is based on our paper where we explored how the protocol impacts progressive principles for data governance and AI. We also explored if the yet-to-be finalized annexes could incorporate some more equitable measures to protect local African innovation. Okay. So data has become critical to modern economies, and for Africa to fully realize the benefits of AI technologies and the digital economy, data governance is critical. And it's a critical enabler for inclusive development. Our analysis covered the policy and legal incoherence in the protocol in terms of data and data flows, the most favored nation clause, and then in terms of protection of personal data, algorithmic transparency and source code disclosure, as well as the global governance of AI. And then it also touches on the fact that the protocol itself was negotiated in secret. So in terms of data and data flow, the free flow of data across borders is often encouraged as the cornerstone of digital economy, but it is also a double-edged sword. So for example, while it can drive economic integration and innovation, it can also exacerbate existing inequalities if it is not managed properly. For example, we found that in the Article 20, subsection 1, it says that state parties are required to allow the cross-border transfer of data, including personal data, by electronic means for digital trade. So this seems simple because it seems like a progressive step towards facilitating cross-border flows within Africa. However, the next article, the same Article 20, but subsection 2, allows for exceptions to this rule. and it permits a country to restrict the data flows if necessary for exemptions to achieve a legitimate public policy objective or protect essential state security. Now, the problem with this is that it raises serious concerns about whether preferential access to data can be granted to African SMEs or researchers, and it could be deemed as unjustifiable restrictions on trade, thereby undermining the efforts to foster innovation within the country. We've got policy instruments, progressive policy instruments like the African Union Data Policy Framework, which emphasizes the importance of building robust, integrated data systems at the national level, which can be designed to be interoperable across the whole continent. And this strategy is intended to ensure that everyone can benefit from the free trade area. And the current concerns is that by companies agreeing to these terms, this might compromise their ability to fully exercise sovereignty over their data. And the potential loss of control over how data is used within these frameworks could undermine efforts to harness data for Africa's broader economic and social development. In terms of the most favored nation, many African countries have entered into bilateral trade agreements with countries outside the continent, and which include the most favored nation clause. These clauses essentially mean that if a country grants certain trade concessions to one country, it must extend the same concessions to all other countries with whom it has the same most favored nation arrangement. The impact of this on data flows is significant in Africa because it means that through these bilateral agreements with non-African countries, African countries are compelled to allow the transfer of information to those non-African countries on the same terms that are set out in this Article 20 of the protocol, as such that countries that don't have these bilateral agreements will still have to allow their data to flow through those that have, and this undermines any efforts to exercise data sovereignty or localization within Africa. It also undermines the continent's ability to prioritize local AI development and foster local research and ensure that the benefits of AI are aligned with Africa's development goals. And in another way, we're saying that African data is being used to fuel AI innovations in other parts of the world without the African continent reaping these full benefits.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandra. I know you had prepared your paper and there's so much to unpack. Although because of time constraints, I'll ask you to pause there and we'll revisit your topic in the Q&A. A very interesting topic there. Article 20 is a bit mind-boggling, but we'll discuss it. Next, we have with us final panelists for this session, Lucia Russo. Lucia has joined us this afternoon, and she's an AI policy analyst at the OECD, and she'll provide a global perspective with her insights on global AI governance, discussing how Africa can navigate and influence the international AI policy landscape. Welcome, Lucia.
Thank you, and good afternoon, and thank you for having me. It's really inspiring and interesting, all the presentation so far. So I will perhaps start off with a quick presentation just to give you a bit of background on what we do at the OECD in terms of AI governance. I'm just putting presented mode. Just can you confirm you see it properly in presenter mode?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, okay, thank you. So just to set the context, the OECD is an intergovernmental organization that has 38 member countries and that engages on policy discussions on pretty much all topics except defense. So I think I lost control of the slides. Okay. And just to and so the work on artificial intelligence at the OECD started some years ago in 2016 with the first conferences and analytical work that led to a council recommendation on AI that includes principles and recommendations on how to foster trustworthy artificial intelligence. And then since 2019, our work has evolved and focused around analytical work on the key topics that have emerged around artificial intelligence. And you can see some of the key publications on the right-hand side. So the OECD principles were the first intergovernmental standard on AI that provided a blueprint for policy frameworks to address AI risks, but also to shape AI policies. So at this moment, we have 47 adherents, including partner economies and the EU. So adherence to this recommendation is not only for the OECD members, but any countries that uphold these principles in their AI policies can request to adhere to the recommendation. So what are they in practice? They are they have 5 value-based principles and 5 principles for national policies. And on the 5 value-based principles, you can see inclusive growth, respect for the rule of law, human rights, transparency and explainability, robustness, security and safety, and accountability. And these are really values that should be promoted through policy actions for accountable and ethical AI. And you may know that there are a number of guidelines and principles that have been adopted in the course of the year. But what is interesting, there was a study, I think from 2020 from Berkham Klein that mapped all the different guidelines and principles and found out that actually there is a lot of convergence around some key principles that you also see here that are sustainable development, respect for human rights, privacy, transparency. So I would say that these are really principles that cut across different cultures and economies and histories of countries. And then the 5 recommendations to policy for national policies span from investing in AI research and development, fostering an inclusive AI ecosystem, which talks about the enabling infrastructure for AI, meaning compute, data, all aspects that we have been hearing from the previous speakers already as very important for the development of AI. And then the regulatory frameworks, the human capacity, and other key aspects that we have heard about already from the distinguished speakers, and international cooperation for trustworthy AI. So these are the recommendations that we advise policymakers to follow when they shape the national policies. Now, a first role that the OECD plays in international governance is to facilitate convergence around key elements of AI governance, which include, for instance, terminology. It doesn't come as a surprise that we talk about AI, but there is yet one definition that puts together and where everyone converges, because it's very difficult to define AI. And so what we agreed upon is a consensus among countries that, and this definition is included in the recommendation, but this is also used by several regulatory frameworks that are emerging right now, like the UI Act. I will go quickly because I think I don't want to take time to the discussion, but just to mention that these principles are not obviously they change as the technology evolves, and so this year in 2024, we had some revisions that aimed at keeping, they were updating according to the technology and policy developments. And you can see that there is a much more emphasis now put on safety concerns, but also mis and disinformation, and the need to ensure accountability for across the AI value chain. And I will just perhaps say a few words on how we worked. We have an
I could just ask you to wrap up on this one.
Yes,
and then
so
we can come back.
Yeah, I just wanted to this slide just give an overview of our activities, our daily activities. I would say a policy observatory, and then a huge network of experts that work on the key topics that you see listed there. And I will expand in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucia. I'm sorry for cutting you short. Now, our panelists, I hope we still have them. Lucia, I'll ask you to stay on because we'll still come back to you. Is Ni with us? Yes, I see you, Ni. And we're just going back to your presentation on rare earth elements, a very interesting topic there. And my question to you is, looking ahead, what do you believe are the key opportunities as well as risks for Africa when we're talking about rare earth elements, what you're calling REEs? And, when you're looking at the market in the context of AI, where do you see the opportunities? Where do you see the risks? And how can we position ourselves in a way that we can capitalize on these opportunities?
Sure. Let me preface by that saying I'm not a geologist. I got into this because of my work with semiconductors. And one of the things I started to realize was that the underpinning development around AI, if you look back at the value chain of it, a lot of it is dependent on making sure you have you need cloud, you need cloud computing, you need electricity for some LLMs. But one of the things I realized was that Africa was not taking advantage of doing value addition and utilize its own homegrown talent, right? So what are their opportunities for getting involved in our rare earth elements? We can't process them. We don't have the capacity now compared to China to process rare earth elements, right? But what are other things that we can do in terms of using our graduates that graduate from university? A lot of these guys have backgrounds in chemical engineering, material science. We can get involved with R&D innovation. There's other things that we can do that China's not doing, right? There's opportunity even for in terms of all the AI development. We need our own chipset. We need unique semiconductors that can work well in an environment like Africa where there's not enough electricity. So that's where graduate students who are involved or who come out from STEM programs, how can we develop our own semiconductor that can support some of these LLMs? And guess what? For semiconductors, you need critical rare earth minerals anyways, right? So that's what I would say for that. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying is we need to look at a future. We need to have our elected officials need to put together a strategy and a framework to use our homegrown talent to make sure that we're innovating, we're supporting the future of our own AI development by developing unique semiconductors for our own environment, arid, dry conditions, desert conditions, and make sure that we can take advantage of our own homegrown talent in African universities.
Thank you, Neil. Jill, you talked about investing in artificial intelligence for our future in Africa. Where do you see the issue around regulation and how is it impacting or influencing? And I think that's very close related to a question I was going to ask one of our other panelists, Sandra, Dr. Sandra. And regulation, when you think about it, is a question that we're asked all over all the time. How do you think that regulation is going to impact or influence investing in AI on the continent? So we start with Jill, and then Dr. Sandra can also answer that question.
Yeah, sure. So thus far, if you kind of look again, kind of at a macro scale in terms of the kinds of discourses available surrounding AI in Africa, they are kind of disproportionately concentrated in kind of, I'd say, in two buckets. I'd say kind of AI optimists, AI pessimists. You know, the pessimists are mostly preoccupied by thinking about what are some of the general fallouts. And so that kind of discourse is kind of interested in thinking about the general challenges that will emerge with kind of an AI revolution. That will be, you know, kind of questions surrounding like labor displacement, for example, or say gross, say violations to privacy. And so those individuals, and I'd say those kind of general sects, are mostly preoccupied with kind of creating a policy environment that generally impede, you know, the general misuse of, say, AI products, or they're generally interested in ensuring that certain kind of data sets are not kind of misused and then misapplied in a kind of a large LLM model. The general optimists, on the other end, are generally preoccupied with how to better leverage AI for kind of domestic economic activity. And so that would either be about how can AI, you know, be leveraged to kind of produce greater general efficiencies within a specific firm, or governments themselves are interested in ensuring that the general adoption of AI within their kind of respective portfolio can better improve the efficiency of the kind of government branch. Now, the question that, you know, I consistently pose both to some of my students here, but also, you know, to people more broadly is, how do we then have an analytical framework that is able to kind of hold these kind of two competing general prejudgments, rather than presuming that AI is definitely there to harm your future or definitely there to improve your future? How do you kind of calibrate your general policy prerogatives to be able to mitigate, you know, the worst outcomes while simultaneously being able to better leverage its generative qualities for kind of a more inclusive future? In that case, then, to me, it's really about thinking about, respective to your context, what you can do and what is best available in terms of the kind of AI products that you can, you know, make, manufacture for your kind of long-term market. And as it relates to kind of the more investments part, when you kind of look at AI investments in the context of Africa, to be frank, they're quite limited, you know, and they're partly limited in part because there's some people who think, you know, there's, you know, that there's no AI in Africa, which is a kind of profoundly preposterous prejudgment on its own. There are, you know, many kind of now emerging AI companies. It's just that, you know, currently there's not a lot of capital that's being directed to those companies. And so in many ways, it's about telling different stories about Africa that can kind of reshape people's general prejudgments, so precisely they can kind of see some of the potential AI opportunities. And then on the other second front, it's really about improving policy environments in Africa, so that way capital is attracted to kind of local markets. And so that will necessitate thinking about, you know, policy prerogatives like data harmonization for the possibilities of kind of economies of scale. Obviously, you know, as the previous kind of a previous panelist suggested, is that like economies of scale could potentially have some opportunities, but potential kind of downstream effects. Now, those downstream effects in themselves are not an inevitability, right? And so it's really more about thinking about how do we then go about, mitigating the downstream effect of an economy of scale for the possibilities of an inclusive future? So I'll leave it there, but I would eventually like to kind of touch on this point about data sovereignty, because it's kind of an interesting analytical object in itself.
Thank you. Thank you, Jill. Before Sandra addresses the same question about regulation and the impact of that regulation on investing in AI, I'd ask my co-host Mbugua to just read some of the comments and suggestions on chat.
Fantastic. I think really exciting session, and the questions are coming in hard and fast.
Yeah.
And I think what the team will do, because I doubt we'll have time to address all of them, because some of them are pretty pithy and wordy. The team will curate those, and over the newsletter, some of this feedback or some of the questions can be shared with the panelists, who, once they answer those will be disseminated out. There's one from Rosemary Okello, who says, with the adoption of AI policy by African Union, can lawyers help in the development of AI laws and regulations? A question there. I think it's also been answered by one of us in the same thread, and says, we can use the reference in the United States, where there was a lawyer who used AI to draft submissions and potentially lost the case because of the citations in the AI listed did not exist. That fine line of this technology that has a really great imagination and can try to recreate all these different scenarios. From Abdul Agonga, and this was for Simmons, can African countries move to have a UN resolution on the protection of this REE to avoid the over-exploitation by the more advanced economies? And Abdul, you speak my mind, because one of the things I'm thinking of is conflict minerals, and is the prerogative that we try figure out peace, that can then figure out value addition without having to say, quote unquote, other economies meddle in our affairs to kind of like unpack our value for us.
Absolutely.
Maybe Ken, if you could help me find out one more question or comment, I'll appreciate.
As we go to Dr. Sandra.
Yes, and again, feedback says, someone says, thank you, Sandra, for great analysis and insight. Cyrus Babu says, congratulations, Malik, great insights indeed. So I think we could segue back to Sandra as well.
Thank you, Mbugua. So, Dr. Sandra, I believe you know what the question that you need to address.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of investment and the policy space in Africa right now, the way we see it is that as African countries, we're already coming from a back foot of importing most of the AI technologies from other countries. And I think if I'm correct, there's over 75% of our data that flows from African countries going abroad. So this is particularly where African policymaking becomes very essential to make sure that we sort of give our researchers on the continent and the AI developers and the businesses a chance to be able to compete in the AI space. So by having progressive data governance laws in terms of that are prescribed from the African Union data policy framework, these prescriptions really speak about preferential access to African data for African researchers' use before we export it to the outside countries who already have a bigger competitive advantage than we do right now. Another thing that we have in the policy space right now is just encouraging that some of these protocols and policies that we come up with has African countries as a whole on the continent, or has individual countries, that these policies should be developed through broad and inclusive consultation processes that build consensus and support from African researchers, those who are developing, civil society, and academia. It is always very useful to have engagement with the AU bodies who are in charge of regulating AI technologies in Africa, to make sure that they also have consultations with the experts in different jurisdictions on the African continent on how we need to safeguard our data and make sure that our researchers have preferential access to our data. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. I'll now take it to the creative in our panel, and that's Malik with when he talked about, the use of AI in the creative sector. And my question to you, Malik, is, as in the creative sector, there's really nothing new on earth, yet every time we see something, it does appear new, it does seem different. As a creative, how have you dealt with the issue of intellectual property and, how intellectual property, how it can be stolen? And now with AI, it's just made the world that much smaller. How have you handled it? Has it had an impact on you, whether positive or negative? Have you been able to make money out of your AI creations? Just generally address the issue for other creatives dealing with IP and AI.
Okay, so with every new technology, then you have to think of new ways of approaching it. And for AI, the problem was the ethics behind it. And what was that ethics? That it was collecting works from different people without permission or gratification. Well, I had to solve that problem if I was going to make money from it. So that means that the majority of the work that I do, AI is just a stage in it. So I use that just as a tool. So that means that most of my work is still inside. I've copyrighted all my work. Like what I did for Cadbury was licensed to them. I copyrighted it, and I was able to do that because most of the work was mine. And if you have 70% in a particular creative job, I think you're able to copyright it. And traditionally, people take inspiration and people take ideas, but you don't, outright do a photocopy of a person's job. So there are certain things that you could still do. There's a gray area. But at the end of the day, if you're a creator, you have your process, you have your experiences, you have your quality, and you have the kinds of things that you're trying to create and the stories that you're trying to tell. So that's what you're selling, not the AI create. So if you allow the AI create that for you, then that's not you. That's just, maybe you're being a fraud in that. But if you use it as a tool in a stage, either at the beginning, the middle, or the end, or everything that is in it is still you, then you're able to do that. I sell my artworks all over the world. And most of my work, I license them, and that's because the clients that I work with understand my process and they understand, how I do these things to mitigate and correct it.
Yeah, Mbugua, do you have any questions around the creative economy?
Not really a question, but I recently have been dabbling in the creative space as well, a bit more deeply, looking at things like movies and distribution, especially with reference to local stories. Mm-hmm. And resonating with what Malik has said in his presentation, the fact that the richness of African culture, if we can just package that right and sprinkle a bit of this AI magic, the world is ours to take, because we've got stories yet untold, we've got characters yet discovered.
Absolutely.
Who's going to be the next pound for pound African equivalent of a Marvel superhero that we could have in movies and books and stories? And that for me is super exciting, not only to take to the world, but even to serve our own market. Like in Kenya, if there's this, Mekatilili Wamenza.
Yeah.
What if she could be the superwoman for millions of African girls and boys, so that we don't have to, and I keep saying this in many of my conversations, we don't have to keep looking out to come back in. Like you're looking for this superhero who's been created out to kind of like try mirror them in our own use case.
Yeah.
Someone said some of these superheroes say they leap from large buildings, tall buildings. We don't have that many tall buildings across Africa. So it's not quite relatable versus maybe someone who has, can run through a maize field or some crazy tea plantation, something that is super, super relatable. So I'm really excited to see the infusion of AI into the African creative sector and to really see us monetize that in a sustainable way.
Thank you. And that's a really fantastic perspective. I like that idea of a localized superhero. Thanks, Malik. We'll switch gears to our other panelists. That is Lucia Russo. And Lucia, you talked about, the work that you're doing at the OECD. You talked about the standards, what you're looking at in terms of regulation. Maybe you can tell us in what ways will the OECD address the potential for AI to exacerbate global inequalities, and what governance measures are being recommended to mitigate the risks of those inequalities that are presented?
Thank you. So what the OECD is doing, as I was mentioning, there are three key roles, I believe. One is to facilitate convergence across different terminology and key elements. The second one is to convene experts from multi-stakeholder and communities, but also several countries across the globe to contribute to our discussions, but also to analyze and make visible global development challenges. And how do we do that? We do that by monitoring through an observatory AI policies and regulations that are emerging across the globe. And this is the OECD.ai. And for instance, there we have already information about 8 African countries and the African Union. And why is this important? Because this gives us an overview of what countries are doing and where they are putting their priorities, and also to understand where there may be some convergence or also divergence. As convener, we also have an ongoing policy dialogue, governance dialogue with the African Union. We had back in March first such dialogues where we had 25 countries participating with over 70 experts taking part in the discussions, and this was really an opportunity for us to learn and for our colleagues also to share their views on many topics that were also mentioned today, such as the discussion on closing data gaps in Africa, and how to use also AI to achieve sustainable development goals, but also topics ranging from AI for health, women, but also the topic on regulation that we heard about. So how countries should go about regulating AI. And this, we know, again, that this is one of the key emerging issues around the globe. And again, we see there some convergence, for instance, in risk-based approach that are emerging, but also on the need to analyze existing frameworks so that they can be adapted or new legislation needs to be made available. So, and then in terms of divides, this is another important topic. The key emerging divides that we have noticed are around compute, as it was mentioned. And in there, again, we have one of the expert groups looking really at compute capacity. And we are working on a study that is trying to map out AI cloud availability across several countries. And so we know that there is a stark divide, and then from that, what we want to do is to build the evidence to understand where these divides are more acute, but also to come up with policy recommendations. And then the second divide that was also highlighted in our flagship publication, which is the Digital Economy Outlook, is around the availability of data that is representative of different cultures. And yet again, this is a topic that was mentioned, the fact that AI needs to be representative of different countries and cultures, and thus the need to make this available to developers, and that AI models are trained on enough representative data. So I would say, to close, that we do work on these different aspects, on policy analysis, convener, and I just close as well by saying that we recently joined forces with the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, and we now have this integrated partnership that it aims at welcoming new members, including developing and emerging economies. So this is another way that could be cooperation on international governance. I'll close that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucia. And I want to thank you and the rest of the panelists, starting with me, Jill, Malik, Dr. Sandra, and yourself for joining us this afternoon. Bugwa, I know we have a very exciting session coming up, but before we go to the next session that you're going to tell us about, we'll take a photo of all the panelists together, the wonders of this digital world. So best smile for all our panelists there. So that, let's see, there's Sandra. Yeah, Sandra, Malik is there. We have Lucia, right. So everybody smile. Yes, fantastic. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists for joining us today. We really appreciate you, your wealth of knowledge. I'm sure we'll be interacting some other time. For those of us who are joining us, please give a round of applause to our panelists as they exit and make way for the next panel. Bugwa is going to tell us what's going to happen. I'm really excited by a certain aspect of that panel. I don't know about you, Bugwa, but I'm super excited. We're going to have a special guest joining us for the next session. Thank you very much.
A fantastic session with great insights there from our 5 distinguished presenters as we looked at how to shape AI in the policy landscape for digital Africa. I think just to cap it off, Jill talked about something that reminded me of the scramble for Africa. Mm-hmm. And we've talked about the rare earth minerals, and we're talking about our African stories, and the continents and countries that are really fighting amongst themselves to get a piece of this action that is Africa. So we need to be careful about the new scramble for Africa when you're talking about AI and the data and the value that's going to be extracted. Sure. From Lucia's perspective, I still have a question, because as a venture builder, innovators don't have time to wait for legislation. True. I'm inclined to say that we continue building, moving fast and breaking things, but it may not be that easy. So how can we bridge that gap and help innovators also move sufficiently quickly? Because also opportunities wait for no man. That's true. If we don't move quickly on the continent, off continent, we become consumers, as you've traditionally been. I absolutely agree with you. And that's how China and India have developed their industries. Exactly. Yeah. So we need to be net creators of value going forward. Yeah. In conversation with Malik, or the comment I made earlier about superheroes, I've got a question for you guys. If you had a superpower, what would that be? If you had a superpower, what would that be? Let's see what all 600 plus of us have to say on that. If you had a superpower, what would it be? That's coming on your screen shortly. This should be interesting. We're asking them to just type in the Zoom chat. I think so. What we need the the graph to come live as well. So let's give the production team a second there.
We're asking them to just type in the chat.
Mind reading,
Yeah.
okay? We've got mind reading, power to settle. To settle what? To settle grudges, to settle teleportation. You know this teleportation one? All 500 of you would be in Nairobi right about now.
Yeah.
Telekinesis. I can see people
Mind
watch.
control.
Mind control. Flying. Flying is a great one. One of the challenges we have in the African tech space is it's cheaper for us to fly off continent than within. So flying would be a great addition.
So sad.
In terms of how we can create value.
Yeah.
Power to influence. Someone says turning off. I can't quite make out. It's turning off what?
There's telekinesis. Had you seen that one?
Yes. But that one's for sure. But unless you're a bully, telekinesis, I'm not quite sure. Teleporting is still ranking high.
Yeah.
Power to influence, telepathy, invisibility.
That's sneaky.
Invisibility to probably pass through passport control as you venture into new markets without being seen. Let's keep it going. Incomparable genius.
Wow.
Incomparable genius. You know, it is said that we use less than 30% of our mental capacity. That if you got that to even 50%, you'd be Einstein level genius.
Yeah.
So fantastic. Thank you for sharing what your superpower would be. I have not seen anyone say that they wish they did not have to eat. And that is because in Africa, our food is amazing. So
our food is part of our culture.
Yes, and it's we cannot do without that.
Yeah.
So we now go into our next session, our second session of the day. And to take us through, it is indeed my honor and privilege to introduce the one and only Linda Bonyo. Linda is the founder of the Lawyers Hub, where we are seated today, a digital law organization working on artificial intelligence policy in Africa. Bonyo is a member of the World Economic Forum's Global Council on Technology Policy 2023 to 2025 and the G20 Digital Working Group. She served in the Africa Union's Data Policy Framework Technical Committee, as well as different global working groups, including the Digital Public Goods Alliance and the Data to Policy Initiatives, and has consulted for the UN. Linda, it's great to see you. Karibu.
Oh my God, I feel like screaming. Like, guys, we made it to the 5th edition of the African Law and Tech Festival. I am super excited. It's so good to see everyone on the call. I know I'm supposed to speak a certain way, but and get more official. But I just want to say, guys, it is so good to see each and every one of you. I think that it's been so many things have happened in the 5 years that we've been doing this particular festival. And when we're going through the whole poll on is this your first time, is this your second time and 5th time, and then we watch the video, I just kept thinking through the fact that you people have been consistent. You have supported the dream. You have been with us from the beginning to the end. And even when it's virtual, you haven't walked away, because the in-person convening, as you remember, it's amazing. It's fun. And we miss all of you. And you understand why we didn't have the in-person convening this year. There's been a lot of political unrest in Kenya, and we just thought that it would be great to, be consistent and have the virtual convening rather than, shift our decisions every now and then. And so I'm really happy to be here with you. We're this hour is very interesting, and I ask you to stay put. I'll be hosting this hour and taking us through really great conversations. Coming up is going to be the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of ICT in Kenya, but then also we'd like to share with you a lot of the things that we've been working on, even as this is happening. Thank you for everyone saying hi on the chat. I see you, and I really appreciate. So we're going to take a few polls, and just to get to know what you think. And I'd ask the media team to give us a few of the conversations that we'd like to have on board. I want to hear how knowledgeable you are on artificial intelligence. Do you find that your knowledge is, beginner, elementary? Do you see yourself as an expert? What exactly do you see as your level of knowledge? And it's okay not to know. It's okay to know. And it's okay not to be sure about the knowledge that you possess. So how knowledgeable are you in terms of artificial intelligence? And would you also trust an AI to make decisions for you? Would you trust AI to make decisions for you? So let's start from how knowledgeable do you feel about artificial intelligence? Just type the number. 1 is not very knowledgeable, 2, very knowledgeable, 3, somewhat knowledgeable, 4, not at all knowledgeable. So let us go. I've seen people, oscillating. There's been 600 people on the call and more, 650. We want to see you participate. I saw somebody's superpower. Somebody said they want to be a total witch. And I was like, oh my God, that is super interesting as a superpower. If I didn't have to pay for flights, I would be very happy to just fly from A to B. And if we didn't need visas as well, I would totally want to be that witch that flies on a broom. So just put in the number, don't write, just put in the number of what you're looking for. And I hope that the moderators told you in the beginning that we have awards for those that are participating. So we're using AI to figure out who participated the most. So I would like to urge you to be part of this because there's a lot of amazing things waiting for you. So let's see. I'm seeing a lot of the charts. Not very knowledgeable is at, forgive my bad eyesight, at 21. Somewhat knowledgeable is 64%. That's in between. That's really good. Because of time, we're going to go to the next question. Would you trust an AI to make important decisions for you? So for example, you're in hospital and you have to make a decision whether to go through surgery or not. Or maybe it's a big decision as marriage. Would you trust an algorithm to make a decision for you? So let's see. Nobody is at yes, absolutely. Why? Is it because of AI hallucination? We talked about how AI sometimes hallucinates. And somebody said, I saw somebody say on Twitter that, on X, that ideally when they are prompting AI, and they say prompt engineering is the most important skill in this day and age. When they're prompting AI, they keep saying, they tell the AI, without hallucinating, give me this and this and this. And they say that when they use the word without hallucinating, they always get the correct decisions. So maybe that would be something that we would be able to do. Yes, but with reservations, that's at a high 58%. And there's 23% that are like, no, never. Actually, at 24%. So we want to see where the mistrust for AI is coming from. I think that's an interesting one. Can we go to the final poll? What's your biggest concern about AI? 1 is on job displacement. There's 2, there's 3 on ethical issues, and there's number 4. I don't know if you can see this screen clearly because I'm struggling to see. Yeah. Job displacement, privacy issues, ethical implications. Nobody for number 2? What's your biggest concern about artificial intelligence? Okay. Wow. It's interesting how we are concerned about privacy issues when AI is eating our jobs. And we talked about tools that people are using. I was surprised. We discovered gamma.ai, which is used to do presentations. And I was impressed by how it just gives you PowerPoint presentations very quickly. And somebody indicated that they're using Gamma, G-A-M-M-A. And Gamma.ai is amazing to save time on that. So already those who used to get contracts to make PowerPoint presentations, your job is at risk. And for the lawyers, maybe you don't need a secretary anymore because then you can use Gamma.ai. We also discovered napkin.io. I think it's napkin.ai or napkin.io, where you can use it to design your reports. And so we tried this year to also design our reports using napkin.io. So most people are now concerned about job displacement at 41% and privacy issues at 40%. Thank you very much for chatting with us and letting us know exactly what your concerns are. And really grateful for you to join us on this particular call. I will ask that we, and I want to recognize the presence of the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of ICT, Honorable Dr. Nyambura, who will be joining us in this specific hour. I will make a few remarks and then invite her on stage. And I would like to just introduce the Lawyers Hub and the Africa Law Tech Festival to you, Madam CS, by showing you the last 5 years of what this has looked like at the Lawyers Hub. I'm hoping that the production team is ready to take it away. Thank you so much. Karim.
The Africa Law Tech Festival is a leading event in the law and tech space, attracting diverse stakeholders from Africa and beyond. The festival focuses on developing tech policy frameworks, rapid tech solutions, and key policy briefs on emerging legal tech issues. Now in its 5th year, it has become the go-to platform for discussions on technology and policy shaping Africa's future. This is the journey of the Africa Law Tech Festival. In the year 2019, the team at the Lawyers Hub had a dream to scale the policy conversations that were happening at the Lawyers Hub across Africa, a dream to convene like-minded individuals, to lead idea-focused conversations, and further policy innovation around emerging technology and law in Africa, a multidisciplinary dream of bringing together great minds in law and technology to share experiences, ideas, and learnings, all for the greater benefit of the African continent. In 2020, this dream came true when the Lawyers Hub hosted the inaugural Africa Law Tech Festival in Nairobi, Kenya. This happened during the period when COVID-19 had just entered the conversation and the outbreak was escalating abroad. Despite the uncertainty during this period, the event managed to take place from the 6th to the 11th of March, the same day that the World Health Organization declared the virus a global health emergency and countries started to close their borders. Despite challenges, the inaugural festival in Nairobi attracted over 1,200 participants from 20-plus countries, hosting 48 sessions in 6 days. It brought together legal and tech professionals, startups, policymakers, civil societies, and big tech to share ideas and innovate. Delegates left with new perspectives, experiences, and expanded networks. In 2021, the second festival was held at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. That year was a wake-up call for most professions, and the legal fraternity was no exception. Due to the challenges arising from the COVID-19 pandemic, such as closed borders and bans on in-person meetings, the festival quickly innovated and adapted to a virtual format. This was in line with the theme for that year, Digital Policy for Economic Growth, inspired by the rapid growth of the technology landscape on the African continent and the need to align policy interventions with these changes. That year, the festival saw over 7,500 virtual attendees from across 53 countries attend 5 summits on data protection and digital identity, artificial intelligence, internet governance and moderation, crypto regulation and digital currencies, and digital access and infrastructure. The festival hosted masterclasses and keynotes on Zoom, panel sessions on Twitter Spaces, and a virtual concert themed on privacy. In 2022, the festival resumed in person under the theme Africa-Europe Artificial Intelligence Policy Dialogue. Held from June 1st to 18th across Nairobi, Berlin, Paris and Brussels, the focus was on AI's impact on African industries, lessons from the EU, and sustainable solutions for Africa. In 2023, the festival was once again held in person in Nairobi under the theme AFCFTA and the Single Digital Market. The 2023 festival delved into all pillars necessary to deliver successful digital trade in Africa. Discussions focused on exploring innovative solutions, policy frameworks, and strategic collaborations to accelerate the realization of a single digital market under the AFCFTA. The goal was to empower Africa to embrace the digital trade revolution, unlocking the continent's full potential and fostering inclusive economic growth and development for the benefit of all its people. The 2023 festival kicked off with pre-events in South Africa, Brussels, and Paris, and concluded with the main event on the 11th and 12th of July, 2023. It was attended by over 2,300 delegates from across 43 countries. Year after year, the impact of the Africa Law Tech Festival has grown beyond what many could ever imagine. The festival has not only convened diverse stakeholders to discuss emerging policy issues in Africa, but has also led to the development of several key policy publications and tech innovations that are shaping the future of the African continent. From the first festival to the 5th edition today, it has been a remarkable journey. This journey has been driven not only by our passion, but by the collective commitment of partners, stakeholders, and all who have embraced this transformative endeavor. Thank you for 5 years of the Africa Law Tech Festival.
Excellent. Thank you all for 5 years of the Africa Law and Tech Festival. It is my pleasure at this particular point to launch what we have been working on for the last several months. Today, I'm happy to announce that the Lawyers Hub is launching the Africa AI Policy Lab. Africa lacks data. Sometimes clean data, sometimes data is scattered, sometimes data is only held in government institutions, and sometimes better data is held outside the African continent. With the support of the Patrick J. McGovern Foundation, we are happy to be launching the first AI Policy Lab in Africa, which would handle issues around research within the African continent. We think that research has been closely held by universities and not industries. There is a way that both industry and academia could come together to further the conversations, make sure that policy within the African continent is evidence-led, and to guide us into the next realm of artificial intelligence. We intend to work across Africa, together with universities, together with people in academia, together with people especially in industry, from tech companies to law firms, to write about Africa, to write about each and everything that we have been talking about in terms of artificial intelligence. I want to invite you to go to aipolicy.africa to look at what we are building, what we are working on, and how you could engage. I want to encourage you to be part of the African AI Policy Lab. Data is only the beginning. The true strength of AI Policy Lab lies in its ability to bring us all together and to make sure that we're establishing specialized working groups. If you work on AI and democracy, there's a working group for you. If you work on AI and judicial systems, there's a working group for you to be able to investigate how AI is being used within the judicial sector. If you work in financial services, there's a working group for you that you could be able to be part of the AI Policy Lab. And finally, if you work in mobility, that is AI and migration, you're looking at algorithmic buyers for visas, there's a working group for you. Our vision is to create a dedicated platform where policymakers, technologists, startups, academia, all come together to co-create the frameworks and the guidelines and evidence-led policies that will ensure that Africa is inclusive, it's ethical, it's aligned in terms of artificial intelligence. It's also my pleasure to launch 2 reports that are the first reports under the AI Policy Lab. One report is on 5 years of AI regulation in Africa. As we celebrate 5 years, we think that it will be useful to look back at the 5 years of regulating AI in Africa. The bits and pieces of how AI has been regulated in the past 5 years, and we are surprised by the findings. The findings indicate that ideally, Africa has been regulating artificial intelligence, even though there are not specific AI laws within the continent. International commitments show us that already African countries like Egypt already are part of OECD guidelines on artificial intelligence. We are seeing that under the UN UNESCO AI guidelines, over 193 countries already commit to the UNESCO principles on AI. That tells us that Africa ideally has been ready for AI regulation. Secondly, we launched the report on artificial intelligence and judicial systems in Africa. We want to invite you to come and read the report on how judicial systems could look like in light of artificial intelligence and how judiciaries across the African continent are preparing and working on artificial intelligence. I want to welcome you all and thank you for supporting us through the journey of coming up with the AI Policy Lab. My special thanks to the Patrick McGovern Foundation for giving us the funding necessary to set up the Africa Law and AI Policy Lab. At this particular point, I want to invite the CS, Dr. Margaret Nyambura. Honorable Dr. Margaret Nyambura Ndungu is an information, communication, and technology specialist with 28 years of experience She has considerable experience working and consulting in the public and the private sectors, and also having worked at the community and national and regional, even continental and global levels. Dr. Ndungu has previously been seconded to the public sector at the national and continental levels to assist with the development and implementation of strategies and policies, such as the Kenya National ICT Master Plan, the Kenya National Digital Master Plan, which is the 2022 to 2032, the Continental Internet Governance Strategy that's taking us through 2019 to 2023, and the African Union Child Online Safety and Empowerment Policy 2024. Dr. Ndungu holds a doctorate in information systems from the University of Nairobi and a postgraduate fellowship from the Shwane Institute of Technology in South Africa. She has a Master's of Business Administration degree in Management Science from the University of Nairobi, a Bachelor of Science degree in Information Sciences from Moi University, a certificate in Media Studies and Information Management from Hamburg University, and a certificate in Internet Governance and Cybersecurity Diplomacy from the DIPRO Foundation. Dr. Ndungu is a member of the African Union Cybersecurity Expert Group, a founding member of the Network of African Women in Cybersecurity, and a member of the United Nations Policy Network on Meaningful Access. She is passionate about meaningful digital inclusion in a safe and a secure digital space. I dare say that Kenya has the most decorated and expert cabinet secretary within the African continent. She's suited for the job, and I'm really happy to know her. Dr. Nyambura, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Linda, and congratulations for your 5th birthday. There's a lot of work you are doing, and we are happy to be associated with you. Distinguished delegates, guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to join you for the 5th edition of the African Law and Tech Festival. It is encouraging that lawyers have continued to convene multi-stakeholders on policy, dialogues, and developments through this annual event, keeping actors apprised on emerging issues on the information intersection of law and technology. It is both a privilege and a profound responsibility to address you today under the banner AI and the Year of Education. This is a theme that reflects our shared commitment to harnessing the power of technology and innovation to advance sustainable development goals. The rapid growth of the global digital economy is evident, with internet and mobile phone penetration reaching up to 90% in more developed economies. Similarly, we are witnessing widespread adoption of AI and blockchain technologies across sections such as agriculture, finance, health, education. Consequently, there is a heightened focus on establishing robust data protection and privacy laws and regulations across our states. According to Pricewaterhouse Global Artificial Intelligence Study, AI is projected to contribute 15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030. And we ask ourselves, where are we as a continent? The AI market is anticipated to grow by at least 120% year over year. For the African continent, according to Statistica, the AI market is projected to reach 3.7 billion by 2024, this year, with a compound annual growth rate of 28.34%, potentially expanding to 16.53 billion by 2030. Now more than ever, we all envision a future where AI helps us eradicate poverty, provide quality education, achieve food security, create decent work and employment opportunities for the continent's growing population. More broadly, the increased use of AI must lead to betterment of our continent, and not just as a reserve for the privileged, but a common good benefiting all. Today, AI is not a distant concept, but a present-day reality, deeply embedded in our everyday devices and systems. The continent's socio-economic, environmental, and technological progress underscores the need to harness the potential and opportunities, particularly for the younger generation. With nearly 60% of Africa's population under the age of 25, and in Kenya alone, about 70% of the population being youth, it is crucial to address their needs, and in a very inclusive and comprehensive way. African governments are recognizing the remarkable business transformation unfolding across the African continent and are promoting structures and initiatives that support the growth of the ecosystem. It is in this regard that the African Union Commission spearheaded the development of the Continental Artificial Strategy that will be discussed in this session. To ensure supportive policy frameworks are in place through a multi-stakeholder approach, my ministry has embarked on the process of drafting a national strategy for emerging technologies and artificial intelligence. It seeks to empower our communities and enable sharing of talent, compute, and data. These efforts continue to underscore the commitment to provide strategic guidance for the development, adoption, deployment, and responsible ethical use of emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. I know the reason we are all assembled here is to understand these implications, because if we don't do something now, then it becomes too late to rectify. Initiatives such as Ditume and programs here in Kenya are becoming more central to the skilling of our youth, allowing them to take advantage of the digital jobs opportunities available. Therefore, the discussion whether AI is creating jobs or not, it is all based on what we do from the word go. The digital literacy program, that is DigiSchool, aims to introduce our children to ICT skills at a young age so as to expose them to technology and contribute to the growing inclination of the youth to venture into entrepreneurship, and also to ensure that we are not just consumers of technologies, we are involved in its development, and we can dictate the direction we want to take as a country and as a continent. Harmoniously, as a continent, we ought to harness artificial intelligence technologies to address critical needs in agriculture, health, education, and financial services through a combination of government-led initiatives, a tech, startup, and private ecosystem, as well as a vibrant civil society. That to address this issue, we need multi-stakeholder approach. Additionally, given that data is the lifeblood, AI system, the country and the continent more broadly is trying to build its own systems. Ultimately, we acknowledge the need for oneness of mind across our states to position Africa as a leader in AI innovations and not just a consumer. Factor in the issues of ethical considerations, data privacy, and balanced approach to AI deployment. The African Union's continental AI strategy calls for unified national approaches among AU member states to navigate the complexities of AI-driven change. This aims to strengthen regional and global cooperation and position Africa as a leader in inclusive and responsible AI development to ensure it is inclusive and representative of the African diverse populations. We must not forget our culture, our values, and the like. It is therefore not lost on me that these discussions have come in the limelight in the timeless fashion. The challenge now is not simply on the use and adoption of AI, but more so on ensuring equitable, ethical, and responsible use of these technologies, as well as agile policy and regulatory frameworks. I therefore wish fruitful deliberations as well as stand to the brink of this new era. I persuade each one of us to be open to learning and boldly lend our voices to curating technological solutions and policies that serve us as African people and upholds the values we hold dear. Thank you for your attention and wish you the very best in the next 2 days. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam CS. Before you step out, there's some really good comments within the chat that I think I should let you know, and maybe your quick comment on the same. I am impressed. The statements of the CS are true. And we, as somebody said, that for the African woman and child, you're a great example on what they could do, especially women in STEM. I think that you're a really great example on that, and we're very grateful. There's a comment on, to encourage African girls into STEM, we must advertise and celebrate such profiles as Madam CS continentally. Then there's a comment that somebody talks about the having been part of the process that you are doing with the national strategy, which is good. From our understanding of our previous statement that was made here, the digital trade protocol was negotiated in private at the continental level. And I think Kenya is at the forefront of showing us that Article 10 on public participation is good for tech policy, that people are involved. And so we want to give all the accolades to you. And Caroline Kamande says, wow, resume speaks for itself. Ongera, Madam CS. And then Susan Otiende says, Karibu, Madam CS. I can't wait to see and experience your impact in the tech sector. And we had a comment on somebody who asked, Makoi Majak said, would be interesting to hear how the ministry is collaborating with stakeholders. And maybe I'll just wrap it up by a few other comments on, they say your approach towards deployment of AI is good, it's careful and good. Maybe the final comment Quincy Otieno says the statement of the CS are true. Just this morning, CPST was holding a webinar on accelerating legislative oversight of artificial intelligence in Kenya. So the conversations are happening. Indeed, Africa does not only have to be a consumer of technology, but they also have to be involved in its development. That's Emediong Akpan. I'm not sure if that's South Sudan or Nigeria. There's so much on the chat. Forgive me if I don't read it, but I really appreciate the comments that you have from Madam CS. Wendy Juma says she has mentioned the initiatives in Kenya such as Jitume, and I think an expanded civic education is important. Would like to just have your closing remarks on all the good things that people are saying, and also on the AI Policy Lab. How do you see this shift the conversation within the African continent, and maybe the kind of work that we could do together? Thank you, Madam CS.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you to all of you for the best wishes, the good messages. And yes, for sure, we must encourage young people, young girls to get into STEMs, to get into this field. And we know if we don't get particularly women into the field of STEM, cybersecurity, data analytics, then we lose a whole generation. And proactively, as parents, as sisters, as brothers, let us take the lead and ensure that we are bringing the young girls that are within our control to this particular field. Again, I'm not saying we forget the young boys. We need to be inclusive. Clearly, we are lacking women in the field of STEM, so we have to be proactive on that. In terms of collaboration, again, yes, every stakeholder has a stake when it comes to emerging technologies, and more when it comes to artificial intelligence. And again, we are saying we need to ensure we have the right data into the systems, so that when we are mining the data, when you are making decisions using AI, then we are using data that is has integrity and data that represents our values and what we care for. I think with the rest, with regard to the policy lab, these are discussions we can take forward once we see what is available, what is the continent doing, what is the country doing, because again, when it comes to these issues, we need to move beyond borders. We have to work together, and it is great that the African Union is taking the lead in ensuring that we have a continental AI strategy. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Madam CS. Everyone, please give your virtual claps to our Madam CS, Dr. Margaret Nyambura. Thank you so much. You can see on your screen, everyone is just saying thank you. We really appreciate your good remarks. And thank you for joining us for the 5th edition of the Africa Law and Tech Festival. You've made history. You are here for the 5th edition. And we've been lucky that every single year we've always had the ICT minister join us here. And so thank you for not breaking the streak and making sure that you joined us. So thank you so much, Madam CS, and we wish you the very best, even as you lead us within the ICT sector. Asante. And so, ladies and gentlemen, at this particular point, I would like for us to, I see all the chats, and thank you so much. I see Zimbabwe saying that they also have an equally decorated ICT minister. Thank you so much for those particular comments. I would like to introduce my good friend Amir Farouk from the African Union AI Working Group. We want to talk about the African Union AI strategy. Amir is from Egypt, and I would like to maybe have him introduce himself. I can introduce him, but I think he's done amazing stuff that I may not be able to talk about. Allow me to just read up a bit. Amir Safwat is some people call him Amir. He says Amir. You'll have to tell us how you pronounce your good name. He is the manager of African Organization Affairs at Egypt's Ministry of Communications and Information Technology. With over 18 years of experience, he specializes in managing partnerships with international and regional stakeholders, particularly in Africa. He has a strong background in ICT for development and has worked on different programs. He represents Egypt within the African Union and Africa Telecommunications Union bodies. He's chaired key committees, including the African Union Working Group on Artificial Intelligence. He holds 2 master's degrees, one in public administration from Singapore, the Lee Kuan Yew University, you have to tell us how that is pronounced, and another in Euro-Mediterranean Studies from Cairo University. Karibu Sana, Amir. And also joining us later on is going to be Idris Rashid, who is the advisor to the Minister of Communication in charge of Posts and Telecommunications in Djibouti. He's also a member of the African Union Working Group on Artificial Intelligence. So let's start off with what the African Union strategy talks about. And I want to ask Amr, what's this about? Why is the strategy working through for the African Union, and where are we at with the strategy?
Well, thank you so much, my dear friend and dear sister Linda. I hope I'm audible to everyone. Great. Well, once again, thank you so much, my dear sister Linda, and thank you so much for inviting me to this very interesting event. Actually, it's my first time to take part in Lawyers Hub the Tech Festival, and I'm really excited to listen from everyone. I've been listening to the first session. I've been listening to Madam Cabinet Secretary. It's a great honor to be with you all, and once again, a very good afternoon. As a very quick start, my name in Arabic, it's Amr. But for non-Arabic speakers, it's very difficult to pronounce alphabet. It's Ain in Arabic. So just because at the first school I joined in my entire life when I was a kid, during kindergarten was the American school in Bucharest. I used to live in Romania. I used to live in different countries. At that time, it was Romania. So my American teachers used to call me Amr. So this is how I'm used to call myself whenever I speak to any non-Arabic speakers. But surprisingly, a lot of the non-Arabic speakers didn't know how to pronounce Amr. So they will call me Amir, Omar. So you're free to call me whatever you want, but Linda, you pronounce it perfectly, which is Amr in English. Or just you can call me Safwa, that's my family's name. As Linda just mentioned, I'm the manager of African Organization Affairs. I work for the Ministry of Communications and IT of Egypt. I'm responsible for any engagement, international engagement, especially on the African continent, between Egypt and the African continent, with a special focus on the different African organizations, regional organizations. And once again, I'm really happy to be with you here. Yeah, the other name that you asked me, Linda, to pronounce it correctly, which is the Lee Kuan Yew School. This is where I got my second master's from. It was on public administration, the Lee Kuan Yew School. Lee Kuan Yew is the very historical, the very well-known Singaporean leader who actually established and the founder of Singapore back in 1965. So the name of the school was named after his name. I was doing public administration, public policies there. I'll be more than happy, of course, to further elaborate on that, but I don't want to take so much time of the distinguished speakers as well as the honorable participants. Well, if you talk about the African strategy on AI, if it can take you back in history, but not too long, maybe 5-6 years ago, before the year of 2019, there was only very few countries, or maybe at that time, 2019, I don't think that there was any country at that time in Africa that has an exclusive strategy or a policy on AI. And we used to, on the regional level, used to participate in many international and regional fora on AI, especially the ones that has to do with the UNESCO and the UN. So what we realized at that time, that the African voices, the African common stance was missing. It was absent at that time. And artificial intelligence, as you all know, it's by nature, it's a cross-border technology, or actually it's now an ecosystem. So it's by nature, you will be affected and impacted by it. So if you're not, as Africans, are on the forefront of the global dialogue on AI, we'll be heavily and negatively impacted by it. So at that time in Egypt, like we thought, why don't we combine and gear most of the voices of Africa in one common stance on AI. So during that time in 2019, we were hosting the third STC, which is the Specialized Technical Committee of the AU. This is the annual meeting of honorable ministers of ICT of the African Union member states. It was held in the city of Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. So we made the proposal. Egypt made the proposal at that time, and it was thankfully honored and accepted and endorsed by honorable ministers of ICT in Africa. So we established this group at that time, 6 member states, of course, including Egypt as well, expressed interest to start working on that. We hosted the first 3 meetings in Egypt, in Cairo, Egypt. We started working about having an AI common stance. And then by time, as our talks and negotiations evolved, we thought, why don't we have a common strategy on AI? Because the main strategy of AI in Africa will address a number of very important topics. First of all, we want to have an inclusive AI system. We want to be inclusive for everyone. We don't want to leave anyone behind. As you all know, there are multiple of risks of AI. One of them, which is very important, very dangerous to our African continent, is the increase in the technological gap between the different areas of the world. Secondly, biasness. Most of, or actually all of the data now that AI systems are using in the entire world, they're coming from the West. And most of them are not representing the real culture and the real demographics of Africa. So this is a very important and very dangerous aspect as well. Thirdly, as you all know, transparency, explainability. If you're heavily and entirely using AI systems, then it's our right as human beings, before being citizens, to know what is this system telling us. So that's why we thought of having a very inclusive AI system. We also wanted to be more African-centric. It was very easy at that time when we were developing the strategy just to copy paste from most of regions of the world, because if you go to most of the AI strategies of the regions in the world, you'll find them a lot similar in most of them. But what we wanted is a more African-centric AI strategy. We wanted to address the unique challenges of Africa. We wanted also to address the unique aspirations of Africa. We thought of having an AI strategy to help us expedite achieving the Agenda 2063. For all of you who are not aware of this terminology, this is the strategic development agenda of the AU, which is Agenda 2063. So we wanted to use AI for this. We also wanted AI to focus on critical sectors in the economy. Especially, we chose 5 critical sectors in Africa. You know, like you can implement AI and apply it in all sectors, but if we do so, we will not go anywhere. We have to be more focused. So we thought of talking about agriculture, AI agriculture, because agriculture contributes to more than 60% of employment in Africa. We also talk about healthcare. Africa is the most continent in the world that is affected by health problems. We also talked about public services, you know, especially in Africa and especially in Egypt. We have big populations, and I'm representing the government, but of course I'm not shy or embarrassed to say so, that unfortunately in the past, most of our public service delivery agents were accused of corruption, of nepotism. So it was like a nightmare for everyone to go and finish and deliver on their public services. So that's why public services as well is one of the main critical sectors. Peace and security. And my sister Linda was just mentioning in the introduction that there are like now a couple of political unrests in Kenya. And I wish to take this opportunity and to wish peace and prosperity will prevail in Kenya and in all Africa as well. So we also wanted to use AI to prevail peace and security in Africa. Yeah, so those were like the main, in a nutshell. You know, if you're like, whenever I get a chance to talk about the African AI strategy, it is so tough for me to stop whenever it is. But I'll just stop here, and I'll be more than happy, of course, to further elaborate and to answer further questions.
Excellent.
Over to you, Linda.
Thank you so much, Amir. And I like your owning of the strategy. You know, we've been part of these conversations with you on the African Union AI Working Group, and it's really interesting to see the evolution of the strategy and how it's been adopted by member states. I think that there's been no reservations around the strategy compared to, let's say, the digital trade protocol that had reservations. And I think that's important to look at the goodwill that many countries do have on this. If you didn't read the strategy, we read it so that you don't have to read it. This is what they say on TikTok. We read the strategy so that you didn't have to read it. So I'm going to take maybe 3 minutes to take you through the strategy. And then if there are any questions on the floor, Amir will be able to take them. I'm not sure that Rashid was on the call because you can't be able to see him. Rashid, if you're on the call, kindly just raise your hand so that we get you on stage. So yeah, if the production team is ready to do this, and I'm excited for the next hour. Like, we have an amazing time for the people who've been asking about how do we join the AI Policy Lab? What do we do? Don't worry, we have some great plans for you in the next hour. At this point,
I also have this question.
Yes.
Yeah, I was also to ask this question as well, but of course, like, I'll be more than happy to know more about it, about the AI Policy Lab. So congrats on this achievement, on this breakthrough. And I'll be more than happy, of course, to join forces to see how we can collaborate and contribute to the new Policy Lab. Sorry for interrupting you.
No, thank you. Those are really kind words. And I'm totally going to use it for the press release. Thank you so much. So we want to do a quick run through on what's the Africa's AI, continental AI strategy. We read it so that you don't have to read it. So this is it. The continental strategy began as an initiative, and Amir has talked about the 2019 third ordinary session of the STC in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, where they were requested to establish a working group on AI. And this was supposed to create a common African stance on AI so that countries weren't really at loggerheads on what they needed to do, and also look at a think tank and develop capacity building within the group. In November 2023, there was an approval from the 5th STC in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and this was the approval of the conceptual framework on AI. So the conceptual framework on AI is different from the strategy, if you understand. Then it was endorsed at the 44th ordinary session of the AU Executive Council, so endorsed this framework, and then they were tasked to develop a comprehensive continental AI strategy. In April 2024, some of us attended the consultations. There were virtual multi-stakeholder consultations on AI. And if you want to continue to hear the consultations, we send them on our newsletter, so be part of that. And so this strategy, was refined with input from different people, from AUDA, NEPAD, AUC departments, regional economic blocs, and also UN agencies, including UNESCO and UNECA. And so that is the backdrop of what this roadmap looks like. On the next slide, we talk about what are the structure of the AI strategy. We have guiding principles, and it's good to compare these guiding principles to what OECD has talked about in terms of their principles, as well as UNESCO principles. So we're looking at ethics, inclusion and diversity, human rights and human dignity, people's well-being, and peace and prosperity. So if you look at this, the opportunity is, how do we harness AI and its benefit as Africa? Not just what works for other people, but what works for us. Then how do we build AI capabilities in terms of people, machines, and all? And then how do we minimize the risks? We know the risks of AI within the African continent. There's misinformation around the elections. There's peace and security that needs to be maintained. We also have, what do they call them? The content moderators who've been complaining of abuse within the African continent. And then also the startups. How do we stimulate investment and foster cooperation? On the next slide, we talk about the 15 action areas, and Amir highlighted this, the 15 action areas on governance and regulation. So we need to establish AI governance systems on infrastructure and ecosystem to ensure that there's availability of high quality and diverse data sets, as well as to build AI infrastructure. So all the things we're talking about that Nii highlighted on this call, as well as Jill, on high performance computing, data centers, and cloud services. On the next slide, we talk about what are the adoption and implementation. So we need to promote AI adoption in the public sector. And if you compare this with what the United States did, President Biden had an executive order on what needs to be done in terms of AI adoption within the public sector, making sure that you reskill those in the public sector so that they know how to use AI. We need to accelerate AI adoption in the core sectors aligned with Agenda 2063. That is the core document guiding the African Union. And then also to look at how private sector and SMEs can ideally work with AI. How do we boost investment? What are the enabling laws that ensure that people can ideally, invest in AI? And then finally, on education and skills, how do you provide reskilling programs for jobs impacted by AI so that people are not just left out of jobs, but there are new jobs that they could talk about? And then also looking at how to build AI infrastructure. We've seen that there are specific countries like China that have really built infrastructure in the continent. How does it mean for us to then build these things? And then the other things are on ethics and human rights to protect children, especially as we mentioned on this. And also Amir mentioned diversity and inclusivity, that we need inclusive AI. In this particular sense. On media and information integrity, we're looking at literacy and information integrity. Information integrity covers misinformation and disinformation, and cooperation and partnerships. What is Africa's place globally? So Europe has a stance on AI by having an AI Act. But what is Africa doing in terms of regional cooperation? So it will enhance regional cooperation among stakeholders and also increase Africa's participation in global AI governance, because the voice has been missing. Africa, only one African country, Egypt, is part of the OECD principles on AI. So that means that we need to have more participation. From our study at the Policy Lab, we see that the United States co-sponsored the AI resolution at the UN with Kenya. And we have many other countries that came up and adopted this AI resolution at the UN in March this year. So we need to increase that number in terms of participation. In terms of research and innovation, we're promoting AI skills and talent development in education and the workforce. On the next slide, we talk about what are the strategies call to action. So this is very interesting on what each and every person can do. And I want to ask everyone on the room, what is it that you can do in this sense? The African Union is going to develop a 5-year implementation plan for the continental AI strategy. They will conduct research, they will engage multi-stakeholder policy discussion. They will also integrate AI into the development agenda. That's Agenda 2063. They're also going to host an annual conference on AI safety and security, which I think Amir will comment on the over-focus on security. I think it's like that is the most thing that is giving African presidents anxiety about AI. I don't know whether that is true. And also to develop innovative financing mechanisms. And that I think is looking at infrastructure as well as how to do this for startups. And then also they're going to have inventory AI-focused centers of excellence. We already have an AI center of excellence in Congo, Brazzaville, I think funded by UNECA, and there's another one in Rwanda. And so we are going to see a lot of AI centers of excellence coming up within the African continent. For those in the private sector, they need to collaborate with innovators and invest in AI solutions, then also support efforts to build data sets, computing capabilities, and AI skills. For development partners like NGOs, and we're seeing this with also continental organizations like the UN, they're going to accelerate AI to address Africa's development challenges. And we're seeing in the study that Lawyers Hub did from the Policy Lab, we're seeing that the topmost AI startups within the African continent are in 3 areas. They're in health, they're in agriculture, they're in education. Like that's where people are innovating around AI. And then also finally, the development partners will support AU member states in building essential data sets. I think that maybe the African Union also needs to build data sets because they have access to all these specific countries, and therefore maybe they could also come in and build data sets. And so what is your country going to be doing under the strategy? So your country will develop regulatory frameworks. So we're going to see more of AI laws coming up. We're going to see national AI strategy. From our study at the Policy Lab, there's about only 9 African countries now with national AI strategies. Some of them are still working on it. We have countries that were at the forefront, from Egypt to Benin, that have already come up with AI strategies. There's some that are in the process, like Nigeria has a public call, and South Africa, and we also know Kenya is continuing to have the conversation. So how do we get there? They're going to focus on talent development, resource mobilization, and startup promotion, which I think is useful that Mbugua talked about investment in startups within the African policy space. And then I think finally, this is the backdrop of what it means to, for the AI continental strategy, unless I left out a slide. But I want to come back to you, Amir. What are your comments as you listen to this and our questions? I don't know if anybody have a comment. Timothy Ogele says, in Nigeria, we now have a draft strategy. Winnie is asking for the slides. Somebody says, Quincy Otieno would honestly be interested in training people on AI safety and security and also conduct research on AI risks. Thank you, Farouk. Great insights. Somebody says maybe African presidents, that's Clarence Carlos, maybe African presidents can use AI to gauge candidate suitability and competency before making appointments. Then Musa Muigari says, thank you, Amir Farouk, for such a wonderful presentation. And Mariam says, inclusivity, Mariam Kate, inclusivity in AI is imperative in addressing the unique African challenges in terms of education, healthcare, migration, and many other things. I also like that somebody has said, you talked about relevance to Africa, that we need things that ideally are relevant for Africa. Rosemary Okello says, Google announced that they have developed AI in Kiswahili, and what does this do to local communities? Aisha Ngonze says, I wonder why the AU has not listed migration management as an AI priority area. Finally, Nikolai Kemle says, in your opinion, should there also be a regulatory framework for the question, who is the creator if the AI is involved, who owns the copyrights? There's a really huge gap at the moment. And so intellectual property has not come up as it should, maybe within the African continent. Those are really many comments within the chat. And I would like to ask, Anne-Marie, if you have any comments on the same.
Well, thank you so much, Linda. And yeah, I'll try to keep my time. Thank you so much, Linda. And thanks a lot for all the questions, comments, observations, kind words. Well, actually, if I can just try to group them up very quickly. If we will talk about the need to have AI regulations, AI laws, it's an international debate now. If you can go around the world, only a few countries, I can name them, they have specific AI regulations or a law or a bill on AI, specifically for AI. Everyone has something on the protection of personal data, and in Africa, around 38 countries have their own protection and privacy laws and bills as well. We have also the Malabo Convention. But when it comes to regulations on AI, it's not only that you should have a regulation specifically for AI. There are a lot of other associated regulations that are prerequisites. That's in my own personal opinion, and this is how we view it here in Egypt, that there are some prerequisites to have an AI regulation or an AI conducive regulation. So, for example, as some of the distinguished participants mentioned, that you should have a law on IP, intellectual property rights. Without intellectual property rights, you will not be able to have a very strong AI regulation. Secondly, consumer protection rights as well. You should have a law on protecting consumers. You can have data protecting your own data as well, and having privacy laws. So there are a set of associated laws that should be in place and enacted before having an AI regulation. Secondly, there is a very strong debate in the world. Is it whether we regulate AI, or should we only have a policy to protect the citizens from all the risks of AI? It's very debatable now, and this is the debate I remember. Of course, Linda was one of the very active members and participants during the first OECD dialogue with the AU working group, where we had the AU headquarters last March, OECD headquarters last March, when we were talking about whether it should, the UK had a very good example that they said it's not about time now to have a strong AI regulatory system, because we don't want to negatively impact any kind of innovation. So this is very quickly on AI, but you should have a policy at least, or a strategy at least, on the national level. So this is very important, and as well as the associated laws. Just very quickly on what I also liked about local languages as well, localization. This is a very important aspect as well. Localization, it's very important, and this is one of the main principles and the main pillars of the African strategy on AI to be more localized, which is African-centric. There's a very third, apologies for taking so much of that time, but also not only African-centric, but also human-centric on two aspects. The first aspect, just a very important one, is that we don't want to lose the human oversight, the human control on the AI systems. We don't want to be left to solely to computer systems to control our lives. So this is a very important thing. And of course, back to you, Linda. Apologies for just taking too long.
Oh, excellent. You've made such great points. And thank you. There's a lot of activity on the chat talking about the things that you've highlighted on inclusivity. You know, I have Tamu, who's joining from Woldeyonahanis. Sorry if I butchered your name. In Ethiopia, there's no comprehensive legal framework that's solely devoted to AI regulation. If you want to know more about this AI regulations, who has a national AI strategy, it's on aipolicy.africa. We've done the work for you so that you don't have to do it, but we would want to invite you to join us so that we do the research together, join the working groups. And that's what this next hour is about. And just stay with us. It's just 1 hour and we are wrapped up for the day. I want to thank you so much, Amir, for joining us. I'm sorry, Rashid just joined us and we're not able to take him on because we really want to keep time. We don't want to be African timers. In this conference, we believe in keeping time. And so I want to thank you, Amir. Really lovely to have you, as well as the African Union AI Working Group. We look forward to what's next for the African Union AI Working Group, as well as Egypt as being a leader within the AI space. So from me, who's in Brussels, I want to send this back to the studio in Kenya. And thank you all for joining us for this hour. All the questions on how do you join the AI Policy Lab, Bugwe and Meneka are going to handle those questions and tell you exactly how do you join the AI Policy Lab working groups. That's what this hour is about. So back to you in studio in Kenya. Bye.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you so much, Linda, and your panelists, Amir, and I forgot the other name, but thank you so much for that wonderful session. In Nairobi, we are set to go into the breakout rooms. I hope you're still with us, I hope you're hydrating, taking a break in between the sessions as we catch up. There's lots to do here. I'm thrilled to welcome you to our working group workshop. And today we are dividing into we're diving into the transformative, power of AI across 4 key areas. We're looking at financial services. We're going to be looking at justice systems, migration, and democracy. In financial services, AI is shaking things up. Think about digital banking, fraud detection, and credit scoring. But with all this innovation comes big questions about privacy, security, and fairness. Ken is going to share with us an infographic. I hope you can all see it on the screen. Yeah, and for justice systems, we have, AI gives us the promise of speeding up legal processes and making justice more accessible. But how do we ensure that the AI-driven solutions or the decisions are fair and free from bias? Balancing innovation with justice is key here. And when it comes to democracy, AI can boost decision-making and civic engagement. As we've seen in Kenya, with our protests and agitation for good governance, it can also be a double-edged sword with risks like public manipulation. Our challenge is to harness AI to strengthen democratic institutions while maintaining transparency and accountability. AI in migration can transform how we manage borders and support migrants, but we must tread carefully to ensure that AI upholds the dignity and rights of those on the move. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we swiftly move into our breakout sessions. I'm pleased to announce the presenters for those sessions, and please listen out for the ones that you'll be interested in. And we'll have the 4 breakout sessions, beginning with the one on artificial intelligence and financial services in Africa. The presenter for that session will be Ms. Janet Otero. Janet is a partner at OK Law LLP Advocates, based here in Nairobi, Kenya. The moderator for that session will be Susan Guia. And from Lawyers Hub, we have Kevin Tambo. The second breakout session is on artificial intelligence and judicial systems in Africa. And the presenters are a fantastic panel of judges, honorable justices from across Africa, starting with Justice Zion Taba from Malawi, Justice Aisha Sinda from Tanzania, and Honorable Justice Sylvester Ablo from Ghana. The moderator for that session is Ms. June Okal, and from Lawyers Hub, we have Dixon. Welcome to that particular session. I think I'll go there myself. The third breakout session is the artificial intelligence and migration in Africa. The presenters for that particular sessions is Marta Foresti. She's a visiting senior fellow, ODI, recording. And then we have Mariam Jamal, co-founder, Responsible Innovators Network Africa. From Lawyers Hub, we have Louisa, and the moderator for the session on artificial intelligence and migration in Africa is Jack Gishunge. The fourth breakout session is on artificial intelligence and democracy in Africa. Presenters on that session are Alberto Gibaja, who is with the digitalization program at IDEA on AI and electoral management, as well as Lengiwe Dube. Lengiwe Dube deals with expression, information, and digital rights project. She's a manager at the Center for Human Rights in the University of Pretoria. Last but not least, we have Nashilongo Gervasius, Acting Director, Corporate Engagement and Internationalization, long word, at Namibia University of Science and Technology. Moderators for that session are Robert Maura and Rispa from the Lawyers Hub. So Ken is going to set up our breakout sessions, and I'd urge you to quickly move into your sessions because we're starting on time so that you don't miss out on anything at all.
Yeah, so the links that are on the screen will direct you to a meeting link, and each of them is unique to whichever session you choose to do. So this is also for the panelists. So the panelists, as well as our delegates today, just pick a session and then use the link on your screen and also in the chat section to be able to join that particular meeting room. Then once you're done, at the top of the hour, we'd request that you come back to this particular main room for us to close out the day. Okay. For those who are joining us in democracy, see you there.
We are very, very blessed to be here this morning. We're kicking off the Africa Law Tech Festival 2022.
The theme of the Africa Law Tech Festival 2022 being artificial intelligence is extremely timely and I think very well chosen. We all know that artificial intelligence is becoming widespread around the world, and literally thousands of patents are filed on various aspects of the technology. And so to discuss it here, I think is extremely wise and allows us to determine how we want to engage the rest of the world on those developments.
I'm happy to note that the conversation for this festival delves into the emerging technologies with a focus on artificial intelligence. Without doubt, the use of AI technologies will be transformative across several key sectors in Kenya and beyond in all development sectors. The benefits that are associated with AI will definitely transform our economies.
The regulatory frameworks should not be made to impede innovation, to quash innovation, to stop innovation, but have to be made to make sure that innovation is directed in the right direction. And what is the right direction? The lives and livelihoods of the people in Africa that we are trying to defend and take care of.
In this picture, who of those is a bride? Both. The problem is that current machines trained on the best models and with the huge databases don't recognize that woman on the right as a bride. The artificial intelligence committed a bias. If we are going to trust on artificial intelligence, but artificial intelligence is full of this bias, so we have a problem here.
The real risk with AI, Hawking wrote, isn't malice, but competence, whereas the short-term impact of AI depends on who controls it. The long-term impact of AI depends on whether it can be controlled at all.
There have been a lot of inequalities and lack of inclusion on how AI policy.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. The breakouts were quite pithy. You saw that we did add some 10, 15 odd minutes there. A really great insight. So as we wait for the conveners of the various breakout sessions to get ready for their feedback, would love to get some general comments from you if you did make it to attend any of them. So do raise your hand, and our resident producer, Ken, will pick you and patch you into studio, where you'll tell us what segment you attended and what stood out for you. So any takers to give us their feedback? We thank you all 250 odd of you who've remained through the rest of the afternoon. We come down from 650 plus, understandably different time zones. So probably if you're doing school pickups, and the likes, we thank you for having stayed on with us. Or if it's nighttime and you're about to turn in, thank you as well. Anyone want to take the chance to share their feedback from the session? And I don't know how we forgot this. We forgot to mention the hashtag. The hashtag is Africa Law Tech. So I think even as you think about tomorrow, we'll start with a big bang, just amplifying the conversations from today, making sure that the rest of the world gets to hear what you are discussing and planning in terms of when you're looking at, especially at emerging technologies like AI. Maria?
Yeah, Bogo, I think I particularly enjoyed my breakout session, which was featuring Justice Zion Taba, Justice Aisha from Tanzania, and Justice Sylvester, and they spoke so much to a lot of things that I'm passionate about. And I hope anyone who was in that session really enjoyed themselves. I can see Yanko has raised their hand. Yanko Likongwe. Could we patch that?
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I joined the financial services and AI breakout room, and I quite enjoyed that. It was very interesting and so insightful. We discussed a lot about the regulations and how the banking systems are trying to use AI in their marketing, in their vetting processes, and how it's making their jobs much easier. And I really enjoy the innovation that they're showing, and the host was quite insightful. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanko. I was part of that session as well. And one of my prevailing thoughts is always around bias. When you talk about systems that empower people financially, how do we build models or deploy technology that reduces bias? Because the running conversation has been that a lot of the technology that we consume in this day and age does carry the bias of its creator. So how can we, quote unquote, break that chain? Do we have anyone else who wants to take a stab at this, sharing the feedback before we bring in the conveners?
We have Timothy Ogele with the raised hand.
Ogele, proceed, please.
As we wait for Ogele, we have a comment from Prudence Nyambura, who says the use of AI in judicial systems should be regulated, particularly in sentencing. Justice Aisha emphasized on the risk of bias, and I agree with that. Timothy, if you can hear us, please go ahead. Phyllis Nawanjaya.
Okay, thank you very much. I was in the breakout session for artificial intelligence and democracy in Africa. And we discussed a lot. We had a couple of speakers. And what I learned is that in as much as AI offers numerous benefits, its implementation actually in the voting process in Africa, and I'm looking at our country, Kenya, is based on or will depend highly on accuracy, because as a country, Kenya, we are coming from a place whereby we have, as the public, we have trust issues, considering the things that have been happening, and especially this year. So yeah, accuracy is key.
Great point. Just throwing this to the plenary, who will bail the cat? Who will bail the cat? With Maria, we're having a discussion earlier about the role of traditional media, especially something like radio.
Yeah.
Now that you're going increasingly digital, and we know the power of that. So if you combine elements of machine learning, AI, in a medium like audio, you're treading on really dangerous ground in the sense that it is very, very powerful what you're able to achieve. So who will bail the cat even as you're having these discussions? Because technology is only as good as the hands in which it lands. Do we have any other person who wants to share feedback? I see Neema Saruni saying from AI, and Artificial Services in Africa session. Madam Janeth took us through financial service providers in AI and the challenges we face for non-clear laws to regulate the same. Who else is there?
Tinetario Mushoriwa. You'd like to make a comment?
You have to love the diversity of African names.
I know, they're so beautiful. I love it. Tinetario? Okay. There's a comment from TSO. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Tinetario. There's a bit of a challenge with your audio.
AI and the justice systems breakaway session. Yes. And what I really enjoyed about it, when the Justice House has benefited, how she's benefited so much, and how it has improved in terms of the access to justice across the landscape, and improved in terms of the cost efficiencies in the access to justice amongst the ordinary populace, as well as even for the judicial officers.
I'm sorry, we're losing you. Your audio is quite spotty.
We can all
Sorry.
take across the African consciences.
Could you try now? Maybe it might be better. Okay, I think we've lost Tinetario. Some of the comments here on from the AI and judicial system session, the insights received have been extremely insightful and deep. As a practicing lawyer in Zambia, I am more alive to the reality that many challenges with AI and its implementation transcend borders, and sectoral regulation is a must, and that's from Chieso Lungu. Thank you for that comment. Any more comments? Do you have any other comments coming in?
Oh, we've got an interesting thing coming up even as we close the day. So I'll make sure to throw in your comment from any session that you attended from the past breakouts, or even from the sessions that we had earlier.
Yeah.
At the tail end of our time together here, there will be a wheel of fortune. And our wheel of fortune will actually be determined by your participation across today. I see Ken is back at his controls. I don't know, can we patch through the session moderators for their summaries now?
Timothy, we've been waiting for you to comment.
Tim, you're on now.
Yeah, yes. Can you hear me now? Yeah, so I was in the AI and the financial services room, and I quite enjoy my my time there. And Janet spoke well, for instance, where she said that regulators need to let innovation run, right, while they provide guardrails, right? Yes. For instance, in Nigeria, companies are using AI, right? And even though there's no specific AI regulation in place other than the draft strategy that we have, but companies are deploying AI in their different services, including financial services. One particular issue that Janet mentioned that I would really want us to think about is I mean, she made mention of it, is the AI officer, right? And I just have a bit of comment about that. And it is coming from the perspective of how we see having designated officer for some of these regulatory issues maybe an issue for company. For instance, having DPO, right? Then having AI officer, right? And then having IT officer, both from financial perspective in terms of the burden on the company. Also, it may impose, additional regulatory issues on companies, particularly where they have to have certain certification, certain training, and then there will be special expectation of them that are regulatory. So I mean, my comment is just to say that perhaps while we are pushing for this regulation, we look at the angle of not perhaps having or having the benefit of having AI officer as separate from the DPO and the IT head of IT in an organization, or compliance head in an organization may be things that we may need to consider along the line. That's my comment from there.
Thank you very much, Timothy. Mbugua, should we move on to the session chairs?
Let's. Ken, do patch them through for their summaries, please. And we'll start with artificial intelligence and financial services in Africa, followed by artificial intelligence in judicial systems in Africa, artificial intelligence and migration in Africa, and finally, artificial intelligence and democracy in Africa. Various session chairs, take it away.
Thank you so much, Anthony. I moderated the session on AI and financial services, and it was quite an engaging session and informative one at that. Janet Othero from OK, a partner at OK Law, took us through quite a great run through around the interplay between AI and financial services, and exploring AI applications, whether AI applications in finance, whether it's for personalization, automation, efficiency, and I think more so highlighting how AI is being used in terms of growth and strategy for an organization. And so what does that look like in terms of how, for example, the integration will be operationalized? Whether it's, for risk assessment, whether it's for customer experience, whether it's in marketing. And she mentioned that there could be over 100 applications used in different departments, whether it's HR, finance, etc. I think something really interesting that she brought up was this idea of interoperability. So, for example, the AI tools being used in HR, speaking to the tools being used in finance, the tools being used in the other client retention or customer service department, and this idea of not fragmenting this approach towards integrating AI into an organization. And she put it quite well when she said that it's important to look at what you're looking to achieve. So as an organization, what do you want? And is the tool that you're looking at fit for purpose? And then, essentially having a strategy around your approach to incorporating AI in your organization, and then having either your action plan and continuing as such. Some really, really great questions came up. Questions around transparency, questions around informed consent when integrating artificial intelligence into an organization. I think a lot more of the questions were around regulation, and some of the participants or some of the attendees were of the mind that regulation we shouldn't be as quick to regulate. And a really good example that Janet brought up was M-Pesa. So M-Pesa for a couple of months or a number of years was allowed to proceed, and then regulation came in, and this allowed for kind of an agile framework when it comes to regulation. And so this, I believe, was what she implied in terms of how we should perceive artificial intelligence. And one of the mitigating factors that she mentioned was to have technical and organizational guardrails, which can, for example, come in the way of either to become best practices as, there is some type of regulatory ambiguity. So as the regulations are coming up and, it might not be as clear, it's important for the organization to have guardrails internally, so as to be able to navigate the conversation, whether they're incorporating AI into their organization. And I think overall, of course, there was the conversation around how to navigate the data protection issues. There was mention of the EU AI Act, whether there's a crossover in terms of, now that in terms of tech being kind of the interconnectivity of tech, how the EU AI Act, for example, would play in Africa. What are the considerations? And I think it was interesting to look at the M-Pesa example because there's always this conversation around regulation trailing innovation, but this was a positive example of that to allow for somewhat of a balance between innovating and regulating and not maybe stifling development. So yes, it was quite an engaging session. And I think as some of the participants have mentioned when they were speaking, there was definite concern around, are we being too quick to regulate, or should we have, for example, like regulatory sandboxes, or should we look at it from a different purview? Thank you.
Thanks, Susan, and I'd ask the other moderators to please keep it short because we're running against the clock here. Thank you very much, Susan. And on to, is it Robert? Or?
Judicial systems in Africa.
That's June.
Unfortunately, not Robert. Sorry, Bob. I am biased, but I will say that our session was probably one of the best. We had a very good conversation with Honorable Justices Yon from Malawi, Aisha from Tanzania, and Sylvester from Ghana. We had a very good conversation around how can AI be integrated into the delivery of justice and how to match that together with access to justice. So 3 things that stood out. First, the need and importance of capacity development within the ecosystem. So not just for judicial officers as we normally do, but then also for the judicial staff and the whole ecosystem all the way through, including the clerks, the legislative assistants, researchers, etc. Secondly was around the need to build inclusively, right? Which is where the bias conversation came in. It was clear for all in the room that we are all aligned on use of AI for case management is fine. It's the admin side of things. No one objects to the use and adoption of that. But when it comes to actually making the actual decisions or sentencing guidelines, then the honorable justices and many in the room of the opinion that let's have the human plug in and be at the top of it. Lastly, it's a tool, so final decision should lie with the human, ideally the judicial officer. And this also touched on alternative dispute resolution, which we had an extensive conversation on. Last thing that I think really stood out was the place of Gen Z and younger lawyers teaching the older and more senior lawyers. It was interesting to hear the honorable justices say, I allow different people in my team to give input, to add on into conversations when they're putting out judgments and decisions. But Honorable Sylvester actually said, there's a quote he said, which I thought was a tweet, that you need to have the humility to understand that all I have over you is time. I just got there before you. You will eventually get there, but there's something that you can teach me and that I can learn and take away from you, including in the adoption of AI and emerging tech. So, like I said, really good conversation we had.
Fantastic. On to migration in Africa.
Thank you so much. And we had a very fruitful discussion on AI and migration in Africa. And we delved into different discussions concerning the subject, that is the reason why people migrate. And we were able to focus on some of the things such as conflict and search for green pastures, and which are economic reasons. We also have been able to discuss the use of AI in management of migration flow, looking at countries that are currently using technology in Africa for visa determinations, and also other countries in the global north. We also delved into the issue of ethical considerations and privacy, that is in terms of use of AI in migration management. And we looked at various issues such as the issue of having people getting informed consent in terms of the data they are providing during application for visas. We really discussed that in visa processes, most of the time you have to provide information even if you don't want to give it. And so we looked at the issue of data minimization in ensuring that as much as these countries are asking for this data, subjects are informed, and also they only ask for data that is needed in processing these applications. We also looked at the issue of refugees and the using of AI in determining asylum for these refugees and the potential for bias whereby AI does not account for personal circumstances. Finally, we concluded by looking at some of the recommendations that should be implemented, including transparency and having diverse data sets. We also looked at things to do with Africans or the people in the global south being involved in frameworks that regulate international migration to ensure that these policies are not made by the global north and to be applied to the global south. And finally, we looked at having system audits to ensure that we do not have repetitive biases and unfairness, so that when these systems are audited, then we can be able to rectify these defaults or these biases. The working group on immigration just began, and all interested participants, we are asking you to send an email to communications@africa.com with the subject AI and immigration working group, so that we can continue engaging on this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jackson. To close it out for us, Democracy in Africa, Robert, stage is yours.
Great, thank you so much. So my plenary session was on artificial intelligence and democracy, AI and democracy. And to be honest, when I first saw it, I was like, AI, get it? Is this really possible? But to be honest, I had the pleasure of having a very demure panel, a very knowledgeable panel. And I really learned so much. First of all, starting with Mr. Alberto Gabaha, who works at IDEA. And I think one of my key takeaways from his plenary session was about, there's a currency in election. I mean, think about it. We always talk that there should be a free and fair election, but it doesn't actually mean that there shouldn't be a currency. And so it was really interesting to me to learn that when it comes to the currency in election using AI, the only currency that's there is accountability, accuracy. You can't have any errors going wrong, if an AI system is, for instance, counting on the votes. For instance, in a country like ours, where elections are based on a 50+1 vote, every vote counts. So it was really cool to learn how AI can help us to achieve this goal. The other panelist that I had was Helingwe Dubev, who was from the Center of Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. And she is a technology and human rights expert. And, basically one of the key things that I learned is to also see how AI can pick up hate speech during the election season. Obviously, we all know what the dangers that hate speech can have during an election, and just, for the whole country in general, regardless of when it is said. And I know people will often think, okay, AI is biased, if someone puts this, it will do this. But it was really cool to get the switch of the mind and actually think about how can we use AI to prevent hate speech, because, hate speech and misinformation, those are the two best friends you do not want during an election period or anywhere in your country. So I thoroughly enjoyed that. And then the last panelist that I had was Nashilongo Gervasas, who is the director for Namtushwe Digital and an advisor to the Namibia Internet Governance Forum. And I think my key takeaway from her presentation is, despite what other news outlets are telling you, there are more countries having elections. Like, there's so many countries in Africa having an election that just did not fall out of a coconut tree. So it was really cool to sort of see how, what experiences can the countries share in terms of AI. just so that we can also see what we can learn from each other, like a great capacity building session to see how we can use AI to help us understand the lessons, so that instead of saying we'll just know the answer. And yeah, that was my session. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Everyone was great. And yeah, we cannot wait for the next one.
Thanks, Robert. A very enthusiastic response there from our moderators. Thank you very, very much. And Bogwa, where are we at now?
Yeah, quite the afternoon we've had. But just before we turn in, one more challenge for everyone still in the room. And here we go. So a series of questions. What does AI stand for? What does AI stand for? Right within your chat window there. And we'll be pretty quick with this one because we really hope to wrap up in the next 6 minutes. What does AI stand for? Automated interaction. Okay. So number 1 is artificial intelligence. 2 is automated interaction. 3 is advanced intelligence. I like 4. 4 is more like it.
African intelligence.
African intelligence.
I love it.
So let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's see. Remember, we have some 5th timers in the room, but the majority were 1st timers, 1st and 2nd timers. The collective mind is beginning to show its strength. And I think we'll close this off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, with a strong percentage at around 68, 70 saying AI, artificial intelligence, which is correct. Ken, take us to the next question, please. Which of this is a popular AI assistant? Which of this is a popular AI assistant? 1 is Siri, 2nd is Gemini, 3rd is Amazon Alexa, 4 is all of the above.
The iPhone users.
If the world revolves around you, we will know what your choice is.
Android versus iPhones.
Excellent. No one thinks it's Gemini. No one thinks it's Amazon Alexa.
I'm surprised at that. Maybe it's because of Amazon. The word Amazon.
We know Siri is very Swahili sounding, and Swahili spoken by 250 odd million people across the continent.
It's quite interesting, yeah. So it's
Gemini, probably most are just used to the horoscopes, not as a technical tool. I do find it pretty amazing, though.
It is. I think it's just not that popular yet.
I still don't believe this result.
But there's all of the above. You can see that, yeah?
Are we saying that? Let me tell you something.
Answers.
Let me tell you something about bias. Something about bias means that if you're in legal or you're in technology, what are the chances that you're on an Apple device? What are the chances?
High.
Very, very high. So I do see why this would be skewed in this way. Interesting that 53% say Siri. We've got 0 for Gemini, 0 for Alexa, and 47 for all of the above. So Ken, take us to the next one, please. Which field is closely related to AI? Which field is closely related to AI? Biology, politics, computer science, astrology.
Any farmers in the room?
AI, artificial intelligence. By deduction, I'd say biology.
Yeah.
Because if it's not artificial, it's biological, I guess. Politics, if it wasn't for Cambridge Analytica, not quite sure. Astrology, 7%.
Really?
Because of Gemini.
Okay. Well.
So going strong there. Computer science at a strong 93%. Astrology at 7%, 0 for the other 2.
6 for biology.
6 for biology. Hearsay, guys. Just because I said it doesn't make it so.
No, they're farmers. There's AI for farmers.
So let's call this one in. Who is often credited with the coining of the term artificial intelligence? Sam Altman, Elon Musk, John McCarthy, Snoop Dogg.
This is so cool. Elon Musk is coming in strong.
I am not sure of the answer here either. Is there an option 5 that says I do not know?
Or all of the above.
John McCarthy. It sounds like a musician.
Does.
I think that's the red herring, trying to throw me off. Ken, just show me by by the count of your fingers. What's the right answer here? So let's go, guys. No one thinks it's Sam Altman,
I'm wondering.
the father of ChatGPT.
OpenAI. It's very interesting.
Elon should be on this.
Snoop
Elon
Dogg
should
is-
log in and see.
Snoop Dogg is in the running.
Him and Grok. No, this is just like politics, like even the underdog. Yeah, like even the underdog can get away with something.
Yeah.
So wrapping this up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you're not sure, Google's your friend. Just confirm that. Elon came in second. John McCarthy with a strong 76. Snoop Dogg sneaks in there.
Yeah, over 4%. And nothing for some.
Makes the error margin there. So do we have a last one, Ken? Last question coming through. What is the funniest thing you've asked a virtual assistant?
This should be good.
What's the funniest thing you've asked a virtual assistant?
Just type in your answers. Ken, we want them to type in their answers, right? Yes.
We'll get a word cloud out of that. So it should make for interesting reading. Remember, funniest, not most truthful thing. The funniest thing.
Say my name. Oh, what's my name?
What's my name?
Say my name.
Njoroge. Your name is Njoroge, correct? You should see, if you look at the transcript on Zoom, I just said Njoroge and said Jaroge.
Yeah,
Jaroge.
Not saying Jaro.
So is that why you asked to just see what it would say? I wonder if I said Mbogwa. Let's see. It didn't pick me.
Yeah, I just ignored
I
you.
do not exist.
Nope.
I said Mbogwa.
It's too difficult. It's Monday. We just arrived.
It's a boga. Only Henry has had a moment with the virtual assistant.
What's the funniest thing you've asked a virtual assistant? I'm sure there's lots. Yeah, let's see them. Let's see them. We won't say your name.
You guys are overwhelming the server.
The server is frozen. What's happening? What's the funniest thing you've asked your virtual assistant? I must say this was pretty original. The same name.
But it's.
But no, it was actually what's your name?
Yeah,
what's my name?
Yeah, what's my name? It would be really spooky if it just blurted out your name and gave you your entire history. You'll know you've reached singularity because now it gets crazy.
And coming hot in the heels of Snoop Dogg as one of the choices.
There we go.
This is good. Sing for me.
Sing for me. I saw some interesting ones. Like I said, you guys are really overwhelming the server.
Ken is blushing. What's happening? You're overwhelming, Ken. AI is not AIing. Okay, cool.
Great. I think we can even pick up on this one tomorrow.
Yeah.
But as we close, we do have the Wheel of Fortune. And we're going to pick up a random participant to receive a hamper. And that person is, what are the odds?
Henry
Njoroge.
Yeah.
What's your name?
What's your name?
So the team will be in touch about how to get your hamper to you. Sounds like you may be in Nairobi. And we just might do this tomorrow. And we have come to the end of what has been a fantastic day, hosting you here at the Lawyers Hub and reaching all cardinal points of this continent and beyond. And from our sponsors, the Patrick J. McGovern Foundation, the Robert Bosch ShiftTag Foundation or Media Network, and UNESCO, my co-host Maria and Alia Rispa, the technical and production teams. It's a thank you from us today, and we look forward to seeing you here again tomorrow. Until then, kwaheri and bye-bye.
Toodles.